you. All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Select Board meeting to order on April 25th at 6:32 p.m. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
2 more meetings.
Yeah.
Hard to believe. Okay, so we start our meetings off with public comment. Public comment is for items that are not on the agenda. We limit it to 3 minutes per person. And I see a hand. Come on up, Marty. Yeah, why don't, since she's already sitting there, why don't you go up there if that's okay?
Are you good for hearing me?
Yep.
Wonderful. So I have a prepared statement. Members of the Select Board, on March 22nd, 2023, the ZBA published a new set of policies and procedures on the ZBA page of the town website. On page 6 of 10, under Hearings, Section F, the ZBA has created a new designation within quorum called sitting quorum, where they have provided a supplemental definition. I'm going to just read the first couple of sentences. Section F, quorum, sitting quorum. At least 3 members, where regular or associate, must be present to constitute a quorum and hear the matters designated by state law, parens, special permit, variances, and appeals from the building commissioner / zoning enforcement officer decisions. It goes on. I'm not going to read it. I bring this to your attention for 2 very important reasons. Number 1, the ZBA received legal guidance in a red line version from Town Council Tellerman. In that document, Tellerman proposed striking the number 4 and inserting the number 3 for quorum. For the public record, at special town meeting, May 22nd, 2018, I proposed warrant article number 1, which was overwhelmingly approved, and this can be found on our town code. Under section 174-25, section B, Zoning Board of Appeals, meetings, hearing, quorum. Our bylaw reads, the board will hold public hearings on all applications submitted to it. A quorum shall consist of 4 members or their alternates. No member shall appear or represent any person in any matter pending before the board. No member shall hear or decide an appeal in which he or she is directly or indirectly interested in a personal or financial sense. The town bylaw does not define applications. It is all-inclusive and therefore infers that it encompasses special permits, variances, and appeals, which all require completion of an application. The second reason I bring this up is that the decision to redline the quorum of 4 by Town Council Tellerman, whether intentional or not, appears to be a blatant attempt to bypass the will of the town expressed on May 22nd, 2018 at special town meeting, where due to the significant distrust established by the ZPA, the town opted to enforce a quorum of 4 on all applications. I bring this to public comment to make you aware and to request a separate discussion to remove sitting quorum from the ZBA's March 2023 policies and procedures, as it violates our bylaw. I would also like to understand who requested Councilman Tellerman to opine, why he made this strike from 4 to 3, and suggest we consider his allegiance as he supports the town's will. I question that if he made a red line strike through something. That was a policy and procedure that bypasses the bylaw. That's my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else in the audience?
Not online, but I don't know.
Will,
Yes.
can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Will Warren, 6 Sunrise Drive. And I did a count in anticipation of the upcoming changes to the website of the town of the number of minutes or years of minutes that the committees have online currently, which is 334. So if a committee has 2016 to 23 minutes online, that'd be 8 years. My understanding is that in the upcoming website change, there's only going to be 4 years migrated. And if that is the case, then there would end up only 174, what I call committee minute years left online instead of 334. And if the idea that I've heard promulgated that dissolved committees will not be migrated, then that number would drop to 159. Now, that seems like a lot of information that's going to be moved offline. And I guess I don't understand what the rationale would be. It'd be nice to understand what that is. The other thing, I'd make 2 recommendations based on my analysis that I did, which I've sent to all of you, which is that minutes after or before 2016 drop off very, very sharply. Most committees don't have minutes going back that far. My understanding is that we're going to be paying $1,000 per year of minutes across all committees, I guess. And if that is the case, you know, if we paid for 2016 to 2019, that would be another 4 years, and most committees would not see any minutes moved offline. And then I would think that because there are so few minutes left prior to that, that it would be good, you know, to pay another $1,000 to get all of that done. And then nothing would be moved offline as part of this website change. The other recommendation I'd make is that my understanding is that dissolved committees will not be migrated to this new website, or the new version of the website. And I would just point out that, for instance, there are committees that have been recently renamed, such as the Capital Planning Committee, which was renamed at the end of last year, I guess, or early this year. And so its website was marked as dissolved, and then a new website was created called the Capital Planning and Improvement Committee. And I think in cases like that, clearly you don't want to move offline that much history. Thank you.
So as you know, we can't comment if it's not on the agenda, but I will say this is going to be on an agenda in the very near future. I was trying to get it on May 2nd. It may go to May 23rd because we've got a lot coming on May 2nd, and we've got to finish some things that the 2 ladies to my left are very interested in. So it's going to be on one of the 2.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll keep you with this.
Okay.
No.
All right. Lisa.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathy. I'd like to welcome Simona Pete, and I'd also like to thank her classmates for coming out tonight to support her. It's great to see younger people coming and wanting to be involved in some way in town government, at least even being here and seeing. So thank you guys for all coming and supporting your classmate. I've had the pleasure of knowing Simona and her family for a few years. There's a little-known event that happens here in town. It's called First Night, and it's one of the first warm rains of the spring, and it's when the salamanders and the frogs cross the street. And there's a group of us here in town that have continually gone to kind of help that process along, so accidents don't happen with cars and whatnot. So I've had the pleasure over a few years of talking to Simona about this great project that she spearheaded that I'm completely inspired by. To see someone in 4th grade, to have taken the initiative to want to do something to protect an animal, an amphibian, I guess. And it's pretty incredible what she's done. So I'm going to turn it over to her. I think you're all going to be inspired by this young lady, who I think is going to do some pretty incredible things in her future. And I'm just so thankful that her and her family were able to come here tonight. So I turn it over to Simona.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Simona P., and I'm in 4th grade at Neary. I really love salamanders because since I was little, I've been helping my family look for salamanders to help them cross the road to get to a vernal pool to lay their eggs, and so they don't get hit by cars. An example of a vernal pool is at the bottom right picture of my poster. All March, me and my brother are excited, and Mom is checking the weather to see if there will be a night when it's raining and the temperature is above 41 degrees. When that night comes, me and my brother bundle up in raincoats, and the whole family drives to wetlands in town. We walk up and down the road with flashlights, looking for salamanders to help them cross. It fills me with joy and excitement when I see salamanders or when I can help them. At the end of 2nd grade, me and my mom looked up to see if we had a state amphibian. We found out we didn't, but 27 other states do. After thinking about different species and emailing with people from the vernal pool listserv, I decided the blue-spot salamander would make a great sea amphibian because it is state-threatened and needs help. Also, any attention it gets would be helpful for other salamanders and animals that live in vernal pools, and we would be the first state to have it as our state amphibian. Last legislative session, I joined forces with the Andover Animal Advocates, a high school group who coincidentally got a bill introduced to make the blue-spotted salamander the state amphibian. I got our Senator Eldridge and former Representative Dykema to co-sponsor the bill, and also talked to a lot of organizations in town and around the state to ask them to send letters of support. Some of these were the Southborough Conservation Commission and Stewardship Committee, Southborough Open Land Foundation, Vernal Pool Association, Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions, and Mass Audubon. The bill went to the Committee on State Administration and Regulatory Oversight, and I testified in support of the bill in November 2021. Unfortunately, it was sent to study with many other bills, meaning the legislators didn't actually vote on it. A new bill has just been reintroduced, which is H.3096 and S.2006, and I'm again gathering support. I'm very excited that Senator Eldridge and Representative Donahue have co-sponsored the bill in this session. Thank you for letting me share my story, and it would be awesome if you can send a letter of support to the Committee on State Administration and Regulatory Oversight. I also want to thank some of my classmates for coming out to support me tonight.
Would you like to take a second and introduce them? Who's here?
Right there is my friend April, and behind there, that's my friend Maya.
Maya, April, thank you for coming out tonight. So absolutely incredible, everything that you've done, and to be so young. And so I would be asking the board if we could take a position and send a letter of support to our state reps as well, with anything she needs to be able to move this along. And with that, Kathy, I'll hand it back off to you for comments from the board.
So this is great. I think you're probably going to get a pretty good vote here as far as supporting this. Both our legislators are going to be with us probably in June, and so we will make sure that we hand them a copy of the letter that we're going to send in advance and make sure that they're still trying to push this through for you. But this is great. I had no idea, so I just want to make sure. So salamanders cross the road literally one night a year?
Sometimes they do it multiple nights, but they usually do it just a few nights.
Okay, and it's got to be a rainy, fairly warm night?
Yes.
Okay, well, duh, I mean, this is great. And again, I refreshed my memories to what an amphibian is, so I got that back. So thank you so much. Andrew?
Congratulations. That was a very impressive presentation. And,
Thank you.
you know, you're doing all the right things, and I think you keep doing this. And eventually, I think that, you know, you'll see the salamander become the next state amphibian. And I learned a lot from even just the information that's just in our packet. I thought it was interesting that now that there's 27 states that have a state amphibian, so it's reached that kind of tipping point now. You've got a majority of the states doing it, and Massachusetts should join and do that. So you deserve a lot of credit, and it takes a lot of courage and maturity to come up and deliver the type of presentation that you just did. You've clearly done your homework, so I'm happy to. I will be voting yes.
Thank you.
Sam?
Thank you. Again, great presentation, impressive project, and I support this as well. I think we actually have a future conservation commissioner here, so let's keep our eye on her and
Really?
make sure she gets into the training program. So good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chelsea?
Great job, Simona. You're very impressive. I give you a lot of credit for standing up here and speaking to us tonight. Most adults can't publicly speak as well as you just did, so kudos to you and to your parents. So just two comments. Is the Weather Channel the most watched channel in March and April at your house? No?
I don't really know.
You don't know. Okay. And I think you probably learned a pretty big lesson about town government and state government, that things take a long time to happen, right? And you have to be really patient and persevere through that, right? So I think that's a great lesson to have learned at your age, and I think you're going to do great things, and I look forward to watching you go through the schools here, and can't wait to see what else you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll make a motion to send a letter to the Select Board to each of our representatives to support their respective bills to make the salamander, the blue-spotted salamander, the state amphibian.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0. So we will write the letter this week, and we will send you a copy so you can see it. Okay,
Thank you.
all right?
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 3 appointments to make tonight, one to Conservation Commission, one to EDC, and one to the Southborough Housing Authority for the first time. Okay, so we're going to start with Conservation Commission, and are you Melinda? Yeah, come on up. So before we get started, I've got a question as far as something you wrote here. So I know that the hospital structure in Boston is all interrelated and connected, everything, but is it now officially Mass General Brigham?
It's so confusing, but
Okay, you don't have to spend a lot of time, but I just have never seen that together.
So there are 2 big hospitals in Boston you may have heard of, Mass General and Brigham and Women's.
Yeah.
They've been part of the same system for a long time called Partners Healthcare. And about 2 years ago, they decided to rebrand because the name Partners didn't mean anything to anybody. So they decided to create a new name for the system, Mass General Brigham.
Yeah,
And they created a health plan, Mass General Brigham Health Care, where you can get insurance. But they call the umbrella organization that does work on behalf of all the hospitals in the system, including Newton Wellesley and Mass General and Brigham and Women's, Mass General Brigham.
I did not know that, so learned something new. All right, so we just ask a few questions. You want to start off with explaining why you might be
Sure.
interested in being appointed to the Conservation Commission?
Well, I want to start by saying that's a terribly hard act to follow.
Really? Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
But also a very inspiring tale. I think in many ways, she does remind me of myself as a young girl. I was not as much of an activist, but I was always passionate about nature. Having grown up in New Hampshire, and I went to Dartmouth undergrad, where there's a lot of environmental activism. And actually, my first job coming out of college, I worked for an environmental advocacy organization. I since migrated into healthcare. And that's been my career for more than 30 years. I've lived in Southborough for 29 years, abutting the Breakneck Hill Conservation Land, where there is a wonderful vernal pool where I do go out every year looking for salamanders in my neighborhood, including just a few weeks ago. I have been very active through my family with a lot of the Boy Scout activities in town that involve work in conservation land, including the town forest. My son was an Eagle Scout, and so many years ago, he did a project, it's a trail project with bat houses and a duck house, and these are family projects, but it was his. But I think that along with everything that's with scouting in town, you get into a lot of the natural environment. You see the beauty, you see that it's not always accessible the way it could be, and you see that it's vulnerable. So as we think about our town and the importance of what makes our town special, the open space and the protection of it is right on the top of the list of why people want to live here and cherish our town. For me, and now that my kids are out of the house, I think about what brings meaning to my life. It includes things like growing little seedlings with Freddie Gillespie and seeing them wind up in the Beals Conservation Land or in Breakneck Hill. And as I have been thinking more about what I want to be doing in these next phases of my life, it seemed like this would be a great way to learn and also to contribute to the town.
Thank you very much, that was great. Chelsea?
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming and for applying for this opportunity. Have you served the town before?
Not officially. No.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. I think that's great. And have you had a chance to watch any conservation meetings?
I have.
Awesome. Okay,
The
great.
wonderful thing, and also I've been reading minutes.
Okay, awesome. Great. It sounds like you'll be great for this committee. I look forward to your appointment.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Thank you, Kathy. You had me at, before the meeting started, talking about salamanders and knowing what the first night in the walk and the crossing was. So you certainly have my vote, and thank you very much. It's always nice to have new people step forward as well. You know, serving the town is a great experience, and Conservation Commission is a great group of people, so you couldn't have picked a better one. So I look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Sam?
Thanks. Again, thank you for volunteering. I had the chance to chat briefly with Melinda at the transfer station this weekend, and I support her nomination, her appointment. I would make a suggestion. many, many years ago when I first joined the zoning board. Zoning board sometimes steps in for the Conservation Commission on comprehensive permits. And I knew nothing about stormwater, Concom kind of things. And I went through the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissioners program. They've got a continuing education program that has certificates at various levels there, and it deals with a lot of the technical stuff that I didn't understand. So if there are things that you have questions about in terms of particularly the legalese and technical kinds of things, and you go out and delineate wetlands and tromp through the swamps kind of thing, which is entertaining in a lot of ways. But you might look into that for education programs. They have night classes and weekend classes and so forth over a period of months or years. You could actually, I think, get exposed to a lot of useful stuff there. So I would suggest
And
that
what was the name of it?
Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissioners, MACC, MAC they call it. So got a website, and you might look into that. I found it very helpful, and you might also.
Sounds
So
great.
thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you very much for stepping forward. It's great when we see people that are very highly qualified and committed come forward to volunteer for the first time for a board or committee. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that you work with an environmental organization right out of college. What was the organization?
It was called MassPert, and I was writing
Okay.
these letters for them, and a lot of them had to do with things like pollution,
Mhm.
bottle bill, things like that, that
Yep.
were meant for really advocating for cleaner environment.
Well, the fact that you've already reviewed minutes and watched some of the meetings really means you'll be able to hit the ground running, which is great. I think that's an excellent suggestion that Mr. Stivers made. I think it's actually a very complicated legally area, the matters that are within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. So anytime we get as much technical expertise as possible, it's beneficial to the town. So thank you very much.
So I don't have any questions. This is great that you stepped up. You are joining a very competent group, and our conservation agent, Melissa, is also extremely, extremely competent and pleasant to work with, too. So I think you'll enjoy this as far as it goes. Okay, without any further questions, I'll make a motion to appoint Melinda Upton to the Conservation Commission for a term ending 6/30/24.
Second?
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Hey.
5-0. So thank you very much,
Congratulations.
Melinda, for coming.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy it.
Look into training.
Good, sure. And get sworn in by the town clerk quickly, because there's
Well,
downstairs later.
he's,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You got 30 days or something like that to get it done, so.
okay, now I believe that Michael Nordstrom is going to be on Zoom. He's not here yet. All right, so let's go on to the Southborough Housing Authority appointment, and we can come back to him if he appears. Okay. Okay, so this probably deserves a little bit of explanation as to why we're doing this, because we've never done this before. So state law changed in 2020 to basically require that the select board appoints one member of the 5-member Southborough housing authorities for the town. Until that point, 4 had been elected and 1 had been appointed by the state. So that hasn't changed. So now there's going to be 1 appointed by the select board, 3 elected, and 1 appointed by the state. B is our state appointee. We've got 4 that have been elected. 1 of them would have run this May if this hadn't changed, and that's Mr. Frisch. I believe his term, hello there, is up and would have been on the ballot. So our job tonight is to appoint one of the 4 people who have applied to take the appointed position. Okay? Everybody agree with that? All right, we've had a lot of discussion. There's 2 ways to have done this. We don't qualify for one way, so we're doing this the right way. This is our only choice as far as complying with state law, is doing it the way we're doing it tonight. Okay? To be an appointed member, the person has to live, in our case, at one of the Southborough Housing Authority properties. And I think the only thing that they own, at least as far as I know, is Colonial Gardens and 1 Courtable? Yep. That's it, right? Yep. Okay, so all 4 appointees, I believe, live at Colonial Gardens. Is that right? I'm looking at it. I think the 4 people. Okay, so I checked. So they qualify as far as where they live. So now we just need to talk to each of them and decide which one to appoint. So I'm just going to ask you to come up in the order we've got printed on our agenda, so there's no rhyme or reason. So, Mr. Fish, you're first.
To save time, I just printed out things like this I've done before, since you have it, just to keep, not that I don't have a big mouth and I keep chatting as long as you want me to chat, but that's probably not anyone's advantage. I'm not probably talking myself out of everything.
Oh, Alice, I can't hear you on the microphone.
That's okay. So just don't say, you're going to sit here and do most of your talking. We just can't hear you because you're not talking into a microphone, so the people listening on Zoom can't hear you.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. So introduce yourself,
Okay.
what your address is, and
I'm Alex Frisch. I've been living at Colonial Gardens for almost 10 years, on the housing board for about half that time. At the time I got on it, it was, as you know, an elected position, so I actually was put on the ballot. And I like to volunteer wherever I live. So as you can see from the little list I gave you, wherever I live, I try to give back where I can. And this was just a short walk from where I live and seemed a logical place to start. I'm also, as a result, on CHOPSI to the extent that that coordinates with the Housing Authority. And do you have any specific questions?
so just to clarify what he just said, so everybody understands, CHOPSI, the Southborough Housing Authority has an automatic seat on CHOPSI. And so he is the Southborough Housing Authority representative on CHOPSI currently. Okay. Andrew, I'll start down at that end.
Hi, Mr. Frisch. Good to see you. And so how long have you been on the Housing Authority now? For
It will be 5 years when my term is up.
Okay, and the term is coming up this,
Yes.
okay.
This month.
I think you have a lot of, really relevant experience. Just the one concern that I have relates to, for some of our recent SHOPC meetings, I know that you haven't made the meetings.
I made 90%, but the last 3 or 4 months, my email has had problems, my town email. I have 2 work emails, 2 of my own. I'm forgetting one, so it comes to 5 or 6. And quite candidly, I don't always keep up with them. Not that I don't look at them, but it's difficult for me to keep track of them. At one point, I had my town email filtering to my personal email so that I could look in one place, but that doesn't seem to work very well.
Okay. I mean, I understand that I also have the same, I encountered the same thing like 3 or 4 years ago where, you can work with our IT department. They can help you with, forwarding things and stuff like that, so.
I've spoken to them. The irony of the thing is, my quip is usually, the reason why these committees want me is because I'm good to make sure that I have a quorum. The last 6 months, I've had email problems in terms of knowing when the meetings are. The last month or so, I've just looked on the town calendar, and that seems to be a little bit longer. It takes a little longer, but it's more efficient.
Yep. Okay, that's all I have.
So before we go much further, let's emphasize, we normally don't have 4 people applying for one position. So this is kind of an unusual thing for us to be dealing with. So each of you needs to make it clear to us you really do want to do this, right? And you've got the time to do it. And, what distinguishes you from maybe the other 3 that have applied here? Because we're not used to having 4 people.
Well, to complicate things a little further, I don't know how many of you are aware of the fact, but we voted to contract Framingham to pick up our management when Lynn retired. So I must say, in a lot of ways, they're just running in a very good way. I mean, they have resources, and this is one reason why we chose them. They have all sorts of resources. They have people that, we have one maintenance man. They can send a crew in, do the lawn in no time at all. They've started creating a garden and planting for those people that are so inclined in a section that used to be a farm for the residents years ago. And there's probably nothing special about what I can offer, except that I do make a point of being present and offering something in every town that I've lived in. and as I said, with 10 years, I've seen an awful lot of good and bad that's gone on around there.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for stepping up again. Do you have any specific items, proposals, et cetera, that you think need to be done with the Housing Authority? I followed the Framingham thing, which sounds like a step in the right direction, certainly in terms of access to resources. But are there
Personally,
things that you want to do going
Personally, I
forward?
think it's not to talk over you, but I think it's premature until I give them a chance for a few months to see what they do.
But even without the Framingham thing, are there other things that you think the Housing Authority should be doing over the next year, 2 years, et cetera?
I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
Are there initiatives that you would propose for the Housing Authority to do differently than they are doing now?
Yeah. Well, believe me, I'm not shy.
What are some examples of that? Do you have examples of things that you would want to do?
Well, one thing will probably get me into trouble, but I think that, and I've mentioned a couple of times, I would like to see, obviously we can't have people smoking in the building because people have respiratory problems. And obviously smoking isn't good. I have tried it once when I was 9, tasted awful and never touched it again. But there are a lot of people in there that have smoked all their lives and in their 70s and 80s, and I think it's unreasonable to expect them just not to smoke. So I would like to see an area where they can go where they aren't disturbing other people, so they don't have to cut cold turkey after 50 or 60 years. Other than that, I can't really think of a whole lot because Lynn was very good at getting cash and very good at seeing that the place got maintained, and was sometimes a little overcautious, but that's not a bad thing, making sure that she treated everybody the same. You know, I think we're pretty lucky to be in a situation where for a third of our income, we have a decent roof over our head, nice gardens to sit, read, garden in or whatever, and yeah, so I find it hard to think of a lot of things that should change them.
Okay, again, just curious, so thank you. That's it, thank you.
Lisa?
Thank you. Andrew took the question that I had as well. I was concerned on the attendance on some of the past SHOPSI meetings. Obviously, it's, as Andrew said, it's, you know, it's very important work that they do, and I understand that you had an issue. Also, just for clarity's sake, my son is also on the Housing Authority, so I have not discussed this with him in any way.
I don't think I've missed Housing Authority meetings. It's mostly been the CHOPSI subcommittee, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Because the Housing Authority meetings and the others, we get direct emails on. I have to hunt for when the subcommittees are.
Okay. So basically, like I said, Andrew kind of voiced the concern and question that I had, so thank you.
Chelsea?
Thank you, Mr. Frisch, for coming tonight. I don't have any further questions for you. I think I just have a process question. So effectively, we are, by voting this appointment tonight, we are also voting for the seat on SHOPSI automatically because there's only, no, we're not. We're not.
No.
No, you're right, we're not. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay,
It can be.
because it could be anybody on
Yeah.
Housing Authority.
Right.
Okay,
That's
thank
their
you.
choice. Okay. All right, so I think you've answered all the questions I have too, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all
Anyone
right.
else?
No, not for the
Thank you.
moment. not for the
Thank you.
moment. We are going to vote on this tonight, though, so if you want to hang
Well,
around.
you've got 3 of us here, so that's awkward.
I tell you, we're
There
not
should always
used
be such
to. We got plenty of other
interesting work.
committees if you want. We can recommend, believe me. Okay, now the next one, so Carolyn, where are you? Okay, so you're going to have to help me, is it? Carolyn. I understand, but help me with your last name. So,
I didn't want to be you, Karen. That's why I had to sit up.
so Carolyn, introduce yourself so we can understand.
I'm
exactly how-
Carolyn Jarris.
Jairus, okay.
I've been in town for about 34 years. I've been living at the Housing Authority for 14. I spent 5 years on the board in Hopkinton prior to moving to Southborough. And so I learned a lot, you know, at that time. At that time, you could visit. We didn't have any family housing. And the state offered to take us, you know, on tours on how they did do family housing. And it was very, very interesting. I mean, we went, like north of Boston, went to like 5 of them, and it was very interesting to tell us what we can do and what we can try to get the town to do. Because obviously the state wants the town to do something. So I've had some experience with housing authorities.
So just to be clear, you were on the Hopkinton Housing Authority?
I was on the board in Hopkinton for
Okay.
5 years.
Okay, but you didn't live in a Hopkinton Housing Authority?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
no.
so that was when you came to Southborough. Okay, all right.
Yeah. And I was living in a house in Southborough too, but 14 years ago, we moved into the housing authority. My husband wasn't doing well, and he died like 6 months later.
I'm sorry. Okay, Chelsea, you want to start this one? Sure.
Thank you for coming. Why are you interested in this appointment?
I'm interested because I'm not as burnt out, because this was brought up to me some years ago, gee, why don't you get involved here? But I was kind of burnt out with everything, lost my husband, and I says, no, I'm not interested, but I am now. I only have a part-time job. I'm a school bus driver, and I have driven school buses in Southborough, but now I'm restricted to Westborough. I go a long ways, Hopkinton, Southborough, Westborough. And I come from Northborough.
And do you have goals that you have for joining the committee?
For the housing authority itself, the Southborough Housing Authority, I'd like to see a little more on what can be done. It's actually, Lynn did an excellent job of running it. She really did. And, but I'd like to see where they're going to move now. I met the people from Framingham. I thought they were very, very nice, very reasonable, I'd just like to see a little more about, what's going on and pay more attention to concerns of the neighbors and stuff.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your work as a bus driver. I know that we struggle with finding people to help us with that, so.
With the school buses?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, so
well,
thank you.
I know some of the Southborough drivers, and I know some of the Northborough drivers, and I know all the Westborough drivers. But, no, my youngest son is turning 45 in June. I got into it because he was born, because my other kids were so much older. And I says, I'm only going to do it till he gets into the 1st or 2nd grade. I'm not doing this forever. Here I am. He's going to turn 45. His daughter has graduated from college. And I'm still here.
You've literally been doing the bus driving for 45 years?
Yes, well, different capacities. I
Well,
mean, I
that's
went
fine, but
into
that's-
management, I went into safety, I went into, a lot of things. But then when I finally said, this is it, a company I was working for full-time lost all the business around here. So I says, I'm taking the layoff so I can think it over. And then, we were living in Southborough, and the two, Northborough and Southborough, got separated from Westborough. And I says, well, you know what, I'm gonna apply at that company because they have buses going down the end of the street. There's no need in me running all over. So that's how it started, but it's part-time and it's seasonal. And so I have the time to give to something else, such as the Housing Authority.
Still pretty special, 45 years.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for stepping forward and doing this. I just have one question for you. Oh, no, you're not done. You get to go down the whole line.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So how would you see your role as kind of a representative for the residents that live within the property? Do you have anything specific that you might want to do, or a way to get the residents more involved as well?
It is nice to have the residents involved. I think I'd like to see more activity come into the Housing Authority, because I think a lot of them really need more physical things to do. And there's really nothing offered at the Housing Authority. I mean, I've been doing yoga for a long, long time. And, you know, so I have a lot more flexibility. And when I talk about it to them, they go, oh my gosh, because, you know, you don't look your age. And, you know, but I think more physical things is basically, they don't have anything going. I mean, we have one tenant that runs like a bingo thing once a month, which is nice. It gets them together, and also now we have a lot of Chinese. We have, you know, different, you know, people coming from different regions, and they need to be treated respectfully. And I think the housing authority has done that. They have treated them respectfully. I mean, every now and then you'll see somebody who comes along, you know, and I'll just look, and I'll really look. And then they decide, I don't think I'm going to continue with this, because it's not right, you know. But, okay.
Sam?
Thank you. I can be very confident that the housing authority position will be a piece of cake after driving a school bus for
Really?
20 years. So, child's play, as they say. I think you've addressed the question I've had in terms of, you know, things that you might be more interested in doing. I think the more activity thing is a good one. It seems to me that's an important thing in terms of sort of socialization and combating different kinds of loneliness, et cetera, getting people to interact, mix better in a
Right.
social setting. I
Right.
think those kind of things are very helpful. In
Yeah,
that kind of
I
setting.
think physically it is, and mentally,
Yep.
you know? Because I know when I first moved there, you know, and I'm talking to Lynn one day, you know, in the office, and I looked out, and there was like several, 3 or 4 tenants waiting to complain about something, you know? And I could tell by their expressions, you know, and I looked and I says, Lynn, I'm telling you something, they need jobs. She's, yeah, well,
Yeah, that'd be- okay, well,
but they need more activity.
Yep. Both mental and physical, as you say. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
would be a good.
And I see people my age playing pickleball. I'm sure you've all heard of pickleball, it's on the news.
Oh,
tonight.
yes.
We've got some nice courts now to play on in Southborough,
Yes, really, where? I didn't know.
at the Finn School.
Really? There's one near the bus company in Westboro, and I see those people out there, you know. And they're at least my age or close, you know, they're seniors, and they're out there playing. I'm thinking, you know, if I wasn't so tired by the time I get done with my bus route, I would join them, you know? But I didn't know we had them at the Finn School.
Yeah, brand new, yeah.
Maybe we
I
need
went on
some.
vacation, and there were people my age playing pickleball, and I says, you know, if I was going to be here for more than a week,
Yeah.
I'd join.
Maybe you need a team. That answered my question. Thank you.
Andrew?
Hi. I have a question about, so when you were on the Hopkinton Housing Authority, were there any, you know, interesting issues or controversial issues that came up?
Well,
And,
you always get that. And I don't care what kind of management you're in.
yeah,
You're not going to have, you can have 7 people. You are not going to have all 7 seeing things the same way. And like I think a lot of my neighbors, you know, really spend a lot of time complaining instead of, you know, there are things you can do. You know, there are things you can do. And I think they try to put a lot on the maintenance man who's by himself out there. And, you know, to me, you know, but they need another focus too. That's what it is. They need another focus.
so, you know, like when there were controversial issues that came up or people weren't agreeing on the Hopkinton Housing Authority, how did people deal with it? Was there like a takeaway or a lesson you took from it, or?
How do we deal with it? We definitely had to hear anybody who had a complaint. And like sometimes it's black and white. This is just an example. This lady was angry because they told her she could not shovel her own walk over the lawn because the lawn comes down. She has to go the walkway. Now, this is, I mean, our concern has to be her safety. And here she is, where she's there, I'm going to tell these guys, you know. And we handled it nicely. I mean, she wasn't angry, but she understood. No, we can't let you do that. because of how much you could hurt yourself. Well, I'll take the responsibility. Well, we'll take the responsibility. So, yeah, there's things that come up. And even working as a manager for school buses, let me tell you, school bus drivers can be a problem too. You know? And kids.
Yep. Well, thank you, that's very helpful. I also wanted to echo what Ms. Malinowski was saying about the experience in the school buses. You know, if you've done that, you can do pretty much anything.
Really?
I had a teacher ask me one time, as it was an issue, you know, around the buses, you know, and she says, you know, I don't know how much money you pay them, but you could never pay me enough to do what they do. But meanwhile, and then you can meet other people that really treat you like you're really lower than the maintenance men.
That's
But
terrible.
A lot goes into being a school bus driver, you know?
Absolutely, you've got a big responsibility. So thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm done, right?
you're done, you're done
Okay.
for the moment. Okay, next is Nancy Suter. Thank you, Nancy. So can you introduce yourself officially?
Yes, my name is Nancy Soder, and I live at Southborough Housing, and I've lived there about 1.5 years. My background is been working with volunteer organizations. I haven't had much experience with town, but I have been in the medical dental field. I was president of Mass Dental Hygiene Association. 11 years with a dental trade show as an exposition manager and president of New England chapter of expositions. And when I went to Florida, I was president of Condo Association and served on the housing board. Though I have lived in a HUD facility over in Westboro for 13 years previously, and then most recently here in Southborough. Basically, my position is to work with people and listen to their needs and so forth. And most of those organizations involve that. I have, since I've been there, my experience with my first stay here was there were things that I saw that I felt would have been more helpful to me as a person entering the housing that I would have liked to have seen changed. Okay. And I still see some of them there, and I would like to learn how I could help, and that's why I volunteered and put my name in, because I wanted to be involved in helping people that were there and some of the things that I saw that needed attention. So basically that.
So there are some things that you think need attention? Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, bus driving's hard, but being on a Florida condo board is also pretty hard, too. So. Okay. All right, so Chelsea will start listening this time.
That was a great introduction. Thank you. I guess I don't really have any further questions. I think you summed up kind of the questions that I had on the previous candidate.
Right.
So.
You know, I was very interested in finding out how the housing worked as compared to my other organizations and what role I could play. You know, sitting in there watching television is not my idea of being active. So that's when I got the application. I said, well, this is an opportunity where I can learn about the housing and then also see how the people feel about things that are in there that need to be done.
Great.
And how I could help.
That's great. Well, I give you a lot of credit for putting your name forward. And you have a great background as well. So thank you for stepping
You're
forward.
welcome. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yes, we do. Wait, everybody gets a shot at this, so you're not quite done. Almost. Lisa?
Hi, Nancy, thank you so much for stepping forward. It's a pleasure to meet you here today.
Thank you.
You also have answered my question, even though you didn't realize you did, in responding to Chelsea. So, you know, understanding and knowing that there's things you think can be improved on, you know, is always a good thing, and not being afraid to use your voice to to represent and share. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sam?
Thank you, and I'll echo Kathy's comment that being on a condo association and school bus driving is definitely battle-hardened training, I think. So you mentioned the process as folks come into the housing authority area there. Are there other things that after that point that you think should be looked at and possibly updated?
Yeah, I don't know how I hear things, but there are things that are in there that need maintenance, okay? Some of the things that I've seen in the laundry room and the upkeep building there, and the dumpsters that are not adequate, I think. And I don't know how other people feel about these things, but I see them as problems. The disability signs that are there are knocked over and they're not maintained. And there were just like informative things. I would have felt it would have been more helpful to me if I had more information in the beginning, either in paperwork that would help me, along the way. And I think this needs to be an opportunity where people in the housing, express their likes and dislikes or see problems that they have and share them with management. How do you take care of those things unless people are aware of it?
Okay, thanks very much, and thanks for stepping forward. That's all for me. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you very much. I think that all the questions that I had have already been asked, but I think you get some great ideas. And thank you very much it's always good to see so many people come and be interested in helping out.
Okay.
So let me just add, the things you mentioned that you think need improvement are good examples of constructive criticism. And so good for you. Those are exactly the kind of things that someone on the board should be looking out for. So thank you for coming in tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Pamela Spears. Moved pretty fast there. Okay, so can you introduce yourself officially?
Yes, my name's Pamela Spear, and I just moved in there 14 months ago. My sister just moved in a week ago.
Ooh.
Very excited. She was so excited to get in there. I don't know anything about this position. When I applied, I was hoping that somebody would call me and I would come down and meet with somebody and they would explain all of what my duties or what would be expected of me. My experience, I worked for almost 30 years with eye surgeons, and probably the majority of our patients were elderly. And I also worked a second job for many years in private elder care to help my children get through college. So I've spent a lot of time with the elderly, what their needs are, what's important to them. I mean, some of the ideas that I've heard were part of what I feel. I think getting the people together a little bit more, maybe bringing in music every couple of months or something to make them happy, and get them together and enjoy themselves together. One of the other big things, to me it is I read all the paperwork that comes in, and my understanding, but there's nobody really to explain anything to me, because nobody knows. And it looked like there was money being allotted to do over the bathrooms. Am I correct? I saw it on a...
You're talking about at the townhouse here?
Right.
Yes.
I call it the family room, and there's a bulletin board, and there was something about all of this money that could be allotted to fix the bathrooms. And I did mention it to William and Jackie. I said, if this money was really going to come through to do the bathrooms over, if you look around here, a lot of these people cannot climb into a bathtub, even with the bars. And I think that they should go through the system, maybe begin with the handicapped and put in walk-in showers. That would, their quality of life could improve. Because even though people are handicapped or older or have a hard time getting in and out of a tub, it doesn't mean that they don't want to be clean. They don't have access to taking showers. And I think, you know, that's the type of thing I would be interested in, talking to the people, finding out what their needs are, what they're happy about there, what would help them, you know, to stay safe. So, but I would like to learn more about what would be expected of me. But, so that's my strength, is working with elderly people for many, many years, and now I'm one of them. I don't like to be called elderly. I'm too active. I like senior citizen better.
Well, we understand that, too. Andrew, you want to start?
Sure. So I think you gave some really good, very concrete suggestions of ideas you have for how to improve things at Colonial Gardens. From the work experience you had before, do you have experience working in kind of committees, or, like, we're all part of kind of a bureaucracy here in the, town government,
Right.
where it works, and, working with other people on committees, do you have that type of experience, or even just
Let's-
working on, together with a group of people on a common project, and some examples of that?
When I was 20, I was a shop steward in the AFL-CIO at 20 years old.
All right, okay.
I had a lot of experience, but that was all union.
Yep,
Union meetings,
Yep.
presidents of companies, that type of thing. That was a few years ago.
okay.
Other than that, I did have I had a townhouse years ago, and I handled all the finances,
Yep,
just out of necessity because nobody else wanted to do it. There was only 7 units, so it wasn't all that bad. And some people didn't want to pay their condo fees.
okay.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. So
Again,
basically, I need, I would like to know more about that. And I have an easy time talking to people through all the years that I've had to.
that's pretty clear. That's good. Thank you. Good ideas in terms of things that might be considered for Colonial Gardens. Do you have experience in town government organizations? Any local government experience?
No,
Okay, again, as folks have mentioned,
other than I always vote,
that's good.
Good.
That's important.
and I usually try to know who I'm voting for.
Even better. So again, I think as folks have mentioned, one of the frustrations that some of us find is that town government moves very slowly. So even if you have good ideas, it sometimes takes a long time to get those through the process. But it's
I
important
understand that.
to start and keep pushing. So
Right.
you've answered my question, so thank you very much. I appreciate your
Okay.
stepping forward.
Lisa?
Thank you, Pamela. It was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming tonight.
You're
I will say to you, you may have not served town government before, but every one of us that sits here was new at this at one point in time. So there's always a learning curve, and there's never a reason in your life to not take that leap and try to do something to better your community. So I thank you for that.
Well, I think it's something that I would enjoy.
Yeah.
Because what I know it involves is getting involved with the people that live there.
Yeah.
Because that's the main thing, is the tenants. That's, what else, I don't know. I know you have to get a certification or whatever. That's not a problem, But,
Yeah, and I think also, I think you and Nancy as well have brought up some very interesting points about the paperwork and, the beginning communications that you get. And, we're always looking for things that we can do better, and I'm sure the Housing Authority is as well. So I think this, regardless of what happens tonight, I think you all have provided some really valuable feedback that hopefully the Housing Authority can take forward as they move forward and better serve the residents there as well. So I thank you for stepping forward, and it's never a bad thing to be stepping forward and doing something new, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Chelsea?
Great, thank you. Thank you for coming, and thanks for all your answers. I don't have any more questions. I think that you have some transferable skills that would fit well on the committee. And like Lisa said, I mean, all of you tonight have, I think, could fit well on this committee. And I think you all have good ideas. And, I hope no matter what happens, you can collaborate together to there's always room for improvement everywhere, right? And I think you did. I give you all credit for coming forward and putting your name in on this. So no further questions from me. Thank you.
One of the people I took care of was Mr. Gamble from Procter & Gamble.
Ooh.
I also took care of a relative of Tommy Heinsohn's.
Ooh.
So I had some people that, were well-known people.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Well, this is not going to be easy. So I wish we had 4 positions we could appoint. We know what to
We
do.
could make more members, more members in the Housing Authority.
So to the 4 of you, before we vote, this has been great, meeting all 4 of you. You're all 4 great. You're a breath of fresh air to hear all this. We've got an active senior center, right? As far as a senior center that does things for seniors, events, et cetera. So everybody should know about that as far as the residents of Colonial Gardens. And I wasn't joking before when I said we've got other positions in this town. If you're interested in, if you're not the one appointed tonight, if you really want to do something else, we've got other suggestions for you. So we'd be happy to run those by you too. Just let us know. Okay, all 4 of you. Okay, who wants to start here? Sam.
Thank you.
It's so nice. I can.
I now see where I rank on the
Yep.
totem pole here.
Yep.
I guess the thing that I'm most interested in is someone who actually is proactive in terms of looking for opportunities to improve the quality of life at Colonial Garden. And I guess I think, at least in my mind at this point, what I've heard from Nancy and Pamela to me are most interesting in terms of potential candidates to get in and actually work constructively with the management to look for ways to improve things that are going on there over time. So that's sort of where I land, and I guess if I had to pick one, I lean toward Nancy for that. But, I can be convinced otherwise, so.
Okay, so one Nancy. Andrew?
I think that Carolyn's experience on the Hopkinton Housing Authority, that's, I think, helpful to, there's some benefit to having experience on a similar board before. But I also think I was impressed with, Nancy had some very, very concrete suggestions of, the types of things you would do to improve. I think that's good to, begin with some really concrete ideas. So that's where I'm at. I would be, I was leaning towards Carolyn, and, this is one of these votes which is very difficult, where we have 4 people who are also, we're just generally appreciative of people coming forward and wanting to get involved. So just echoing what Kathy said, that, there's other opportunities that are going to be available to get involved after we have to make a decision and select one of the 4 outstanding candidates.
Okay, so your number 1 is Carolyn?
Yes.
Okay, Lisa?
Thank you. Again, I'm going to thank you all for coming. This is sometimes our meetings can be very dry, and sometimes we feel like we're beating our head against the wall, but it has been a pleasure to have these conversations with all of you. I have tremendously enjoyed this, so thank you for that. I'll start with that. I think, I would hope that no matter what happens tonight, you guys have all had some great suggestions, and I would hope, whether you're actually sitting in the seat, you can still represent everybody there. You just may not have a vote. But I would hope that you would take the suggestions you've given tonight and fight for these, within the Housing Authority itself. I think it's a great group of people, and I think they're willing to listen, and they want what's best for the residents. That being said, I actually was impressed with everyone, but I think Pamela and Nancy brought forth some things that I think are really important. And maybe part of it is because they've been there the least amount of time as well. Sometimes when you go into a new situation, it's almost like a fresh set of eyes. So if I had to pick a top two, those are my top two, but it's kind of tough because the others are like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. So I think at this point, I think Pamela and Nancy were both well-spoken. It's going to be tough to pick a first out of those, but I think, this is hard. I think Nancy, for me. Thank you.
Chelsea?
I think all four of you bring different things to the table. I think Alex's experience on the Housing Authority to date, as well as SHOPSI, is very helpful. I think, the three others that we have in front of us tonight, I think I give them a lot of credit for putting their name forward and coming to a public meeting to present themselves. I think you all did an excellent job. I kind of wish that we didn't have to do this until 2 weeks from now, because
Sorry, Chelsea.
because I really think any of you would do an excellent job. So if I had to pick one, I would go with Nancy. I think that some of the issues she raised could be safety issues, and I think that's extremely important to address. I also agree with Pamela's concern around the ADA compliance with the showers, so I think that definitely should be looked at regardless of what happens. So I guess I would be Nancy. I think the other three would do an excellent job too. I think we can't make a wrong decision here, but I don't want anyone to be discouraged by where the vote goes tonight, because I think you all presented yourselves very well, and thank you again for putting in.
So I'm going to, this is tough. I mean, truly tough, as before I said so. But I just can't say no to someone who is driven children for 45 years. I'm sorry. I think she could probably do anything in that sense of humor she has. So I'm going to select Carolyn as my number one choice. Mr. Frisch, I'd like to see someone new get to do this. You've gotten to do it, 5 years now, so let's let someone else have a chance, right? What's that? I'm not a new face. So my number one vote is going to be for Carolyn, but we've got three that have voted number one for Nancy, and I'm very happy with Nancy too. Andrew, I assume you probably are too?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so any further discussion before we vote? Anything else we say? Okay. But seriously, thank all four of you. You truly are a breath of fresh air. And for the three that are not going to get appointed tonight, we really would love to see you do something else for the town. You'd add a whole lot, I think, to what we need here.
It's interesting that we've seen both ends of the spectrum here, the fourth grade to the senior citizens.
Yes, we
So
have.
been
No, we're having a good night.
Both impressive.
We're having a good night. Okay, so I'll make a motion to appoint Nancy Suter to the Southborough Housing Authority with a term we believe is going to begin May 10th and end 6/30/26, but to be confirmed. Okay.
Second?
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Nancy. So thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
Thanks to all. Congratulations.
That would be great.
Okay.
That's great, that's great. Okay, that's great, and I'm pretty sure they've got a vacancy. Yeah, they may even have two, so that's a great idea. Great, so fully support that. So thank you, guys. Okay, I'm going to, did they say okay? Okay, so I'm going to switch next to, real quick, we said we were going to do the poll hearing at 7:30, and we're 10 minutes past that, so let's get the poll hearing done, because that's quick, and then we'll get back to the regular agenda. Okay, what's her name? Okay, so Rebecca is from National Grid? Okay, so Rebecca is in the audience. Has she been brought over yet? Yes. Okay, so this is a poll hearing to move a pole on Richards Road. Okay. So I move to open the poll hearing. Hello?
Second?
Okay, all in favor? Okay. All right, so the Southborough Select Board shall hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 7:30 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room at the Southborough Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass., to consider a petition by Mass Electric Company, also known as National Grid, and Verizon New England, Inc., to relocate a pole on Richards Road and to lay laterals, cables, and wires at the intersection of Richards and Corderville Roads. The meeting may also be listened to or viewed by the public through a link located at https://www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. All right, so the hearing is open. So Rebecca, can you hear us?
Hi, yes.
Hi. So Rebecca, I know you're trying to move a pole, so can you describe why you're doing what you are asking to do?
Yep, the pole needs to be replaced in general, so we need to move the pole because it's within 10 feet of a gas line. So when replacing the pole, we usually try to keep it within 3 to 5 feet, but because it's with the gas line, we need to move it 10 feet over. So we're just trying to move usually we don't need the town petition because the pole's already there. But because we're moving it 10 feet because of the gas line, we petitioned the town just to let them know that it needs to be moved over 10 feet versus the 3 to 5.
Okay, and the
Because
reason
of
to
the
move
gas
it
line.
is because there's a gas line too close to it?
Yeah, so we need to replace the pole in general because it's rotted.
Okay.
And then when we went to go replace the pole, we realized that we can't, usually the pole's set in one spot and then we side set it, which is on either side of the pole that's there. But because of the gas line that's there, we just discovered the gas line, we need to move it 10 feet versus the 3 or 5.
Okay. All right. Okay, Andrew?
I don't have any questions other than a comment that, at a lot of these hearings, we approve the whole relocation with the request that it be located so that it wouldn't interfere with the construction of a sidewalk if that was, and this is a street where that's definitely appropriate, where there's going to be, we have the ARPA money for the sidewalks, there's some considerations of where these would be, and I've always thought this would be a street where they would be very appropriate to have a new sidewalk, so certainly I'm going to vote to support the request to move the pole, but I think that we should see if we can locate it so that it wouldn't interfere with the sidewalk, and Rebecca, do you have any, response to that or some ideas about that?
So I'm not exactly sure how the pole line runs. I mean, I'm always willing to, if we have to move the pole back a little bit, so we're replacing it. So if we have to move it 3 feet back, we can do that. If we're gonna have a sidewalk at some point. We just have to keep in mind that, so we try to keep a pole line as straight as possible, right? So if we replace this pole now and we move it 3 feet back to put a sidewalk, we just want to make sure that the 5 poles or the rest of the poles down the road are also in line.
I don't think that's
So I'm all
here.
for doing that, I'm not familiar with the road. This wasn't my job. So I don't know if we can say, hey, we can move the pole 3 feet back and that will help us in the future, right? Because we're going to put a sidewalk. But will that help us on the pole on the corner, pole 108 and pole 11? If we move pole 10 back.
Two
will
of us
that
down here think
cause
there's
an
already a
issue?
sidewalk there, is that?
I think it's on the opposite side.
You think it's on the other side?
Well, going towards Finn, I think.
Oh,
this is
This is going towards
sorry.
Finn, so if you look at the
Yeah.
Okay.
compass, right?
Yeah, on the top.
Corderville going
Yeah.
north.
You're right, okay.
Okay, so there already is a sidewalk there,
Yeah,
so,
I mixed up the
Okay.
two different sides.
I thought it was the other
Richard.
side.
But the other poles in that line are a place where you couldn't put a sidewalk there anyway without moving all the poles.
Yep,
so
okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. You can't move one without all of them, pretty much.
I do have another question.
Go ahead, Sam.
When you are you going to remove the rotted pole? Is that not a problem with the gas line, or do you cut it off and leave it in the ground?
Yeah, so the way the contract works, we have a contract with Verizon that we install and Verizon removes. So we have a 605 that is sent to Verizon, and within usually 30 to 60 days, they have to remove the pole. So we'll go cut our power lines off, cut the top, and we'll set that new pole, and the Verizon will come, transfer their wires to the new pole, and remove the old pole. Sometimes Verizon is a little bit slower. But usually if, you can contact me, or I think Dana is the job owner, we can send an email to Verizon that says, hey, like, we need this pole out, because sometimes they run a little bit more like 6 months.
So it's not a problem with the gas line there for Verizon to pull that pole out of there?
Well, no, because what happens is the pole that is there is rotting, so we can't move it too much, because we
Right.
have to be within 10 feet.
Yeah, but
I
that's,
think,
that wasn't what I was
Yeah.
asking. I know you can't move it, but somebody pulling that pole out is going to disturb the ground underneath the pole
Yeah.
somehow, so.
yeah, so I don't know whether the gas line was put in there after, or, I don't know the scenario of the
I
situation.
guess that's Verizon's problem, but I sure wouldn't.
But
like
it
to
is,
see-
yeah, it is kind of Verizon's problem, but we do
Okay.
want to make sure that they get it out there, and they are very well aware of the problem being close to the gas line, and they know it's a priority because it's been pushed by the gas company.
Okay, that answers my question, thank you.
Yep.
Lisa,
No questions for me, thank you.
anything else, Chelsea?
No.
Okay. Hello there, can you introduce yourselves?
Yes, hi, we're the Nairs. So we actually live on the corner of Corderville and Richards, and so this pole is abutting our property, and our house would be the one in line with the gas line. So I appreciate the question you're asking about the gas line. So can we go back over that again? Like, we want to make sure, like, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's a safety concerns, because the way you're saying, if you're trying to move 3 feet or it's going to touch our property, and we have a driveway out there. If the pole is where it is exactly, if you move 20 feet, it comes closer to our driveway, and which is a safety issue for us when we drive. We have a teenage daughter, and 17-year-old, they know everything, what they're doing is right. So it's a concern, safety concern for us. Our request is, instead of moving it towards east, can we move to west?
Rebecca?
So is the pole, have you seen the stake where the pole is located?
Yes,
Yeah.
we live there.
Okay, and that is, you would say, in the way? So I'm more than willing to meet you out in the field, and we can kind of discuss, where you would like it a little bit more, so we kind of make it better for everybody else. This was another guy in my office's job. So, I mean, we just have to keep in mind of the gas lines, we have to be within, 10 feet away from them. So I think that's why we were going closer to driveway. But even if we need to go a little bit more, so it suits, your driveway and everything else, we can definitely move it around. So we could set up a time, we can meet out there so it works for everybody.
okay, that would be great.
Is that good?
Yeah.
That's good, but could we go back over the gas line thing and about removing that old pole? Because like, honestly, I think that's a bigger concern,
That's a
right? That's
bigger
our gas
concern for
line that we
us.
don't want to make sure it doesn't get hit. So what
Yeah.
are the
So
insurances there that?
It was the gas company who actually, from the notes that I read in the job, it was the gas company that went in and they staked everything out and they knew where the gas line was. So when we needed to replace the pole, they said, hey, we have gas lines near here. You need to move the pole so many feet away.
Right.
So at the same time that the pole will be removed, the gas company will be present to make sure that the pole and everything, and there's nothing punctured around or near that at the time. The gas company will be present at that time.
Okay, and will they take measures to make sure that, God forbid, they don't,
Oh, yeah.
Blow our house up,
Anytime
taking a pole down?
anything, yeah.
I laugh, but,
Anything is near like gas, anything near when it comes to situations like that, the gas company always is present at the time of removal and install of new poles.
Okay,
Ma'am, we appreciate you coming and meeting us in our property to make sure everything is
definitely.
safe. But I want the town of Southborough an assurance that we reserve our legal rights in case
Yep.
of any safety concern which crosses, as I mentioned to you, it happened, anything to my family or anybody in that property, I am completely reserving my right to take a legal action
No, I
to the
agree.
board.
Yep.
yeah, and will we be made aware of when? Because I might want to make sure no one's home when you do this?
Yeah, so, I don't want to say 100% yes, only because we can set up a customer appointment date at the same time. And what that will do is that will, let the customer be aware of we're going to do the work. Now, that's also weather permitting and things like that. So I don't know if I can take your number and things and we can discuss tomorrow and we can kind of set up a time and date. And I can also have Dana meet us out there because he was, the person in charge of the job. And we can also have the overhead supervisors meet out with you so we can kind of just have everybody on the same page. And then when things are going to be done, everybody's on the same page. And we can even have the gas company out there if you want. Just so everybody's, so you feel more comfortable and everybody's on the same page of where we're going.
Right, okay,
We
great.
appreciate that. If that is okay with the
Yeah,
That's fine, so
definitely.
make sure you
Yep.
give her your name and phone number right now. So
Yeah,
she's got
yeah.
it.
Yep.
Yep, so it's Madhu and Linda Nair, Nair, and the number is 508-769-6279.
6279. Okay, and then do you have a paper I can give you mine?
Sure. No, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Rebecca
Yeah,
Custadio, Custadio,
sorry, can you say it
And-
again, Rebecca?
Custadio,
Yep,
Custadio,
yep,
and my phone number is 774
yep.
503 2006.
2006. 774-503-2006?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And then I'll reach out to you tomorrow and we can kind of set up a time. I'll talk to Dana. And then I'll get the overhead supervisors out there and we can all kind of discuss everything and the pole situation and the gas lines. And I'll see if I can get the gas company at the same time. We can set up, just to make sure everybody feels safe and comfortable.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
the support.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any further public comment on moving this poll? Nothing in the audience? No. Okay. All right, motion to close the public hearing to move the poll on Richards Road?
Second?
Why are we going to continue it? We're just going to approve it.
Okay.
You want it to be contingent on,
A successful meeting.
okay.
I don't know why we wouldn't just vote it and close the hearing and move forward.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to close the poll hearing to move the poll on Richards Road.
Second?
Okay, all in favor? All right, now I'll make a motion to approve the request by National Grid and Verizon to move the poll contingent on a successful meeting with the neighbors that were here tonight and satisfaction of their concerns as far as the impact on their property.
And possibly a different location for the poll, depending on that meeting.
Well, I said,
Okay.
I think I said in the motion, what, a successful meeting and to their satisfaction, right?
Okay.
Okay, all right, second?
Second?
Okay, all in favor? Okay, all right, done.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you, Rebecca.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Okay, librarians.
I want you to. You don't have to.
He's supposed to be based on Zoom, so if he's here, I don't know. Do you think it's possible that that is Mr. Nordstrom? Is Mr. Nordstrom here? I'm looking at the one person, I don't know who he is, and he didn't say it was him, so, okay. Okay, all right.
Thanks, the EDC.
Okay, so welcome. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves and let us know what you want us to know?
Sure. I'm Ryan Donovan. I'm the library director.
And I'm Marguerite Landry. I'm the chair of the Library Trustees.
Thank you.
And you also have Janet Maney in the attendees online.
Oh. Hi, Janet.
Hello, Janet. All right, so Ryan, you want to tell us what you guys are up to here?
Sure. There is a grant program right now through the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners called the Massachusetts Construction Library Building Program. I think I got that right. And it hasn't opened for several years, but this is a state grant opportunity for us to look at either renovating or a new library site. I and Janet Maney, who's in the attendees, are also part of the new Community Center Exploration Committee, so that this has been sort of a natural progression, I think, of that work. We do, as part of this grant program, have to look at 2 different sites. So we'd probably look, I think there's been discussions on the board side from looking at renovating our existing site, but then also looking at where we could have another library, whether that be part of a joint shared facility or a standalone facility. There's limited space in Southborough to do new library construction. So that's been a factor, I think, in some of the initial conversations. In order to apply for this program, the application process takes a little over a year. It's been recently sort of streamlined. So we would not be applying until May of 2024. The first step in this process, whether we apply for it next year or not, is to submit a letter of intent, which actually I've learned is not really a letter. It's sort of an application that you file with the MBLC. But as part of that, there does need to be a letter as an attachment. Right, are you guys following? That is signed by both myself and a designated municipal official. So really what they're looking for is the top official in the town. So that would be our town administrator, Mark Purple. So they are also going to be required to attend some of the information sessions with me as we start sort of the grant process. There's also, there's a lot. I'll be back, I'm sure, about this a few times, but we would look at gaining public input. So there's going to be some community surveys, there's going to be some focus groups. It's going to be a lot of what people want to see from the library in the next, we have to kind of map out, I think, the next 20 years of service to residents. So this is a very involved process.
You have to do the 20 years because you think that's what you should do, or because that's what the state requires?
It's what the state requires now. That's part of the new streamlined process. So we need to start looking at building a library that we think will fulfill the needs of our community with that sort of generalized time frame.
So can you go back over the time frame as far as get us to the point that you need money?
So there is going to be a planning and design. If we do move forward with a grant application, the first step would be planning and design. The state will give us some money for that. Really, with this letter of intent, I believe the state reimbursement is going to be like $100,000 to get started. We would have to ask some money from the town, from town meeting next year. So we'd look at doing basically like the beginning of a building design project.
So May 24 is when the actual grant has to be submitted?
That's when the grant program, that's when I'd have to start. I'd have to basically have everything pretty much together.
But the letter you're talking about is separate, that goes in soon?
That goes in this Friday is the due date. So the problem is that this opened up in early February, and this really ran into, as I'm sure you guys know, the town meeting schedule for us. So, Mark and Vanessa were very nice to find time in a difficult period to meet with me and talk this out with me, and they tried to get me to one of your meetings as quickly as we could, and that is tonight. So I'm sorry that I'm putting you guys on the spot, but we would need to proceed with submitting the letter of intent by this Friday.
Can I just jump in briefly?
Of course.
The letter of intent does not lock us into moving forward. It simply leaves the opportunity to move forward if we want. And if we don't do the letter of intent, then we're out of the cycle, basically. So this is just sort of saying, we're sort of interested, we're going to discuss it some more. But if the letter of intent doesn't happen, we're looking at many, many years until.
Yeah, it also won't count against us if we proceed with trying to do this again in the future. But just to give you all a time frame, we're looking at about 7 years from now, and that's if state funding, which we all know never gets disrupted, right? That's if the state funding cycle continues the way they're planning. So there's no way to predict the future. This is a competitive grant process now, so they're only going to accept about 10 libraries. So, I have been communicating with the MBLC. They're not going to be surprised that Southborough would potentially be on this list, but a lot of what they're doing as part of the new streamline process is engaging with your municipal officials right now. So this is like the first step in letting you guys know that we're going to be exploring this in the next year, and then we may come back with an ask.
So there's no downside to the submission this week whatsoever?
No,
So
because
we retain an option to go forward by doing this. We keep our options open. Okay, so town meeting, we assume, is going to be next March, right?
Yep.
And so this is basically says to the state, we are interested in possibly applying for a grant next year. That's all we're saying, right? Now, so they kind of know who's interested, right? They know what their pool is,
Yep.
right? And then we come back and actually submit the grant by next May, right? And when you do that, you've got to have the funding set up to fund the feasibility by the time you submit the grant. So we'd have to do an article in March of '24, right, to fund the our portion of the feasibility, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I've got, before I turn it over to everybody else, I got one question that just needs to get determined once and for all. When Richard Wallace was chair of the library, he came to advisory one night. I saw the deed that says the land that the library is on has to be a library. There is a deed that says that. I've heard recently that that might not be the case, and I don't know why someone doesn't think it's the case, but I would think we want to get that solidified once and for all, because if you truly have to have a library there, then even though you've got to give the state two choices, I'm not sure you really have much choice other than build a second library. So I would love to have someone truly look at the deed and say, yes, it says what I remember it saying, so that we really are on the same page as far as what that plot of land has to be.
I have read the deed. I don't have all of it on the tip of my tongue, and it was the Fay family, I think, and it was for purposes of a library. It doesn't say the only library in town, and it doesn't say it can't be a historical library or another type of library.
But it does say library.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we'd want to truly maybe get town council to look at it and say,
Right.
this is something you got to build on.
There was
Okay.
some thought about breaking the bequest somehow or trying to work around that, and I am not a fan of that.
I'm not either.
I think if it was given in the spirit of this is a library,
Right.
then it ought to be a library. So my thought is that everyone I think that I've talked to would like to do an addition. That's, I think, and most building grants, 90%, I think, are
Yeah.
for additions.
Yeah, so most libraries in Massachusetts, when they go through this program, end up usually expanding their existing footprint. There are libraries that don't, some have gone to shared facilities, a very small percentage of them, and then some have to do entirely new libraries or look at moving the library into an existing renovated building somewhere else, because there's just some library buildings in Massachusetts that haven't been paid attention to in over 100 years. I would just say, and Mr. Parent is actually here, so I'm going to give him a lot of credit. There's been an incredible investment made to the library in the past few years, and a lot of that is from our facilities department and also DPW in doing things to the ground. I think the trustees and I feel invested in that building. I think we would like to look at how we could do things to mitigate water, maybe once and for all. But, even just changing an entryway, having something maybe closer to the parking lot in a redesign, that might make a significant difference in how we handle water and how we look at the building in the future. But adding more space would be, I think, one of the priorities.
So do we have a role tonight in this, or is this FYI, this is what we're going to do this week? Do you want us to vote to support this? Are we signing the letter? So what happens from?
So I am double checking on exactly who needs to sign, right? I believe, Vanessa and I spoke about this earlier today. We believe that it should be sufficient just to have Mark sign and myself. The chairs of the board may need to sign. Our Board of Trustees took a vote on this just to proceed with the letter of intent. My recommendation to all of you would be to do that as well. Again, it doesn't commit us. It doesn't say that you even want to move forward with a grant program. I intend to be, you'll see more of me in the next year, because you're going to hear more about this, and the select board is a group that I want to be sort of as informed as the trustees on how the process is going and the public input that we're getting. So, again, a very real result of this process might be that we decide not to move forward with a grant at this time, but this was something in my interview almost 9 years ago that the board was talking about. So, I do think the town has grown a lot since the library was built, and there are a lot of things we can't do because of the size of the library. That might be something we want to seriously look at as part of this.
As long as I've been involved in advisory, we have been talking about doing this. We knew this was coming, so this is not a surprise. Okay, anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Chelsea.
Thank you both, and thank you, Janet, for joining. My question kind of piggybacks on Kathy's. Is there any, well, let's put it this way. I think there's an advantage to you bringing it in the fall if you need to lock up funding for any feasibility prior to a May application, because at least it gives you 2 shots at it. If you brought it to a fall town meeting and then if it didn't pass, then at least you have it at the spring. I don't know what that does to your timeline, but I'd hate to see what happened in Westboro happen here. So that's my.
Westboro was all new, right? It was a new one? No. It was old? Okay, all right.
Yeah. So I think you should consider that. I just think there's a value there. And my other comment is, I know Janet and Ryan, you're on the community committee, so I know that you'll work in lockstep on kind of the general town, which I think is an asset for the residents to have you be involved in both. So thank you.
Lisa, nothing?
Yeah, just one. Thank you. So you talked about the May of '24 application, having it done then. How soon after that do you hear anything back, whether you're accepted in the process, or did I miss you saying that?
No, that happens pretty quickly. I think by the end of the summer, we'll know for sure. The Board of Library Commissioners on the state level need to take a vote, but the disbursement of funds for construction would not happen until, I think it's like FY27. So it's quite a ways away. Like this is the very first step in what will be a very long process. This was also on the town's, sort of capital plan that even slightly predates the Capital Improvement Committee. Yeah. So there was kind of a placeholder, and I think we had pushed it out to FY30. So this does kind of move up that time frame a little. But again, I don't think that this is, like Kathy said, this has kind of been discussed even in the Capital Improvement Committee. I know during COVID there were discussions about that. So I have to talk to that group. There's a lot that I'm taking back to the Community Center Exploration Committee. There's a lot I'll take back to you guys. It's just there's gonna be a lot of meetings about this. And then on top of that, just doing some of the survey work, the focus group, getting that public input is gonna be integral.
Yeah, because I think as well, people don't get excited until you like really get into the program and, you start moving forward. So, okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we ought to vote to approve the request for the letter to be signed by Mark Purple or Ms. Cook as appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward because if we don't submit the letter of intent, we kind of blow this opportunity to even explore this. The process from there does seem pretty complicated, and we'll just have to deal with it as it goes. And so the letter of intent it's just straightforward. It's just short and just indicates an intent to apply. Okay. So, yeah, I support it.
Nothing's ever short that you submit to the state, whatever, relatively short. So not
Well, what I
to,
was getting at here is, we don't have like a draft of a letter that we're.
no, but I'm looking at the requirements here, it does look, it's pretty straightforward, so I'm sure they've got that under control.
The sort of preliminary draft that I got to Vanessa like 2 hours ago has the vote of the trustees, placeholder language if you guys took a vote, and then basically saying both groups, both
Okay.
municipal and library officials want to proceed with a letter of intent. It's that simple.
All right, so we're going to take a vote, but one more little color here. So when we were first contemplating the public safety building, advisory did a 30-year study of the budget to make sure that we weren't going to cannibalize the ability to do other buildings if we built the public safety building. And we surveyed all of the departments, and the two buildings that we came up with that would be on the horizon was library, some form of it, and a community center. And we felt like it felt very nicely into what we were looking at as far as what we could do with all three buildings. But, hindsight's 20/20. The one we didn't consider was Neary. And so I'm just saying that, so it's all going to work out fine. We'll figure this out. But we didn't put Neary in there. We put those three, and that was it. And those felt very good, and they fell right in line with what we could do as far as debt service goes. So anyway. Okay, so.
I'll just say, Kathy, if I may, the one benefit of going through this construction program is that we would get a significant amount of money from the state in order to do this project. So we would hope that would offset some of the cost, maybe not to do Neary as well, but just it would help, I would say, in a way that if we were just doing this independent without that state funding, it might be more problematic.
What's the state funding percentage right now, if you had to guess?
It's a little less than half.
Okay, well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Schools are down to about 20%. The three that we built earlier were 66%. Okay, so I will make a motion for the select board to support sending in the letter of intent to get into the queue for the next round of library construction funding.
Second.
Any further questions? All in favor? Okay. All right, so if we need to sign, just let us know, but there you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Kathy, can I make an agenda suggestion?
Yes,
Youth and Family has been waiting patiently. Can we?
I was about to do
accelerate
that, so I read your mind.
Thank you.
So there's a couple of people waiting patiently. John and Bob, would you let us reverse two things so we can get Sarah on her way home? Okay? All right. Come on up, Sarah. Thank you.
I come with goodies for you.
Yeah.
Like that. Yes.
So thank you for doing this, Sarah.
Thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself officially, although everybody knows who you are.
Well, if anybody's watching at home, we appreciate the opportunity to reach new people. So I'm Sarah Castle. I'm the Director of Southborough Youth and Family Services. I think you had asked me to come this evening to share an overview of our services, where we're at, but then also in particular to highlight information about Mental Health Awareness Month. Does that sound like, okay. So if anybody's in the room or at home watching and is not familiar with our department, we are a department that provides mental health support, social services, and prevention programming for the Southborough residents and community. I would say that our mental health services are our most utilized service. On average, we support around 140 to 160 people per year through individualized counseling support or group work. I do want to let the board know that we typically very heavily rely on graduate level clinicians interning in our office to do some of that work with us. Myself and our assistant director, Megan Island, are both licensed mental health counselors. We provide supervision for those students. For the first time, I was actually an intern in the department a long, long time ago, as was Megan, actually. And for the first time in my time in the department, we have no interns, no prospective interns for this upcoming fall, which is a little scary for us. So it's just going to be Megan and I. We also, you may be aware that we have at our use ARPA funding for a clinician, a part-time clinician. It took some time to get that position into the SAP and passed through town meeting, which shortened our timeline in terms of being able to hire somebody and use those funds. So we have, at this point, been able to post that position, but as of now, we have had no prospects. We know it's a tough market out there, and the mental health field is certainly no exception to that. So that would have, we're going to continue to look. I've been reaching out to a lot of local colleges and universities who have students who are graduating, hoping that we might have some prospective students. But so FY24 could look a little interesting, and we may have less capacity in that area. Some of the other things that we offer social services in our department, so we also call that need-based or income-eligible programs. Usually what this means is that we are basically a conduit between a funding source and residents, so none of our budget funds any of these programs. This includes emergency funds, camp scholarship programs, fuel assistance, referral support to state agencies. I do want to give credit to the Southborough Community Fund, the Southborough Trust Fund, and Friends of the Southborough Youth Commission for helping to fund some of these programs. The other thing I'd love to highlight is that over the last several years, we've made a really concerted effort to focus more of our attention and resources into prevention programming, so thinking upstream and helping to support residents in the community ahead of challenges. In fact, our program coordinator, Shannon Knyman, we have shifted her job responsibilities to focus solely on prevention. We feel as though, as a town department, that is important for us to not just be providing direct support to people, but to be trying to stay ahead of it, and really gives us a lot of bang for our buck in terms of our efforts and resources. So we're very excited to share that we've been offering suicide prevention trainings on a regular basis called QPR. Those are intended for anyone and everyone to take, very similar to CPR. So I love to give a plug for that. It's a little bit of an intimidating subject matter, but it's a very uplifting and hopeful training. So please, seek us out if you're interested in taking that. We offer communication and relationship workshops, positive youth development initiatives, substance use prevention work in the community, and a number of mental health and wellness initiatives throughout the town. So in particular, that leads me to talk about why I'm here this time of year to tell you more about Mental Health Awareness Month. So each year we schedule a number, I internally call it our Super Bowl of services, because we kind of schedule a ton of different programs and events and try to collaborate with other departments as much as possible during the month of May. So this year we have some mindful art workshops. We are partnering with the library on a number of things, including a community read, as well as a comic book drawing workshop for youth, where we reframe emotional challenges into superpowers. I'm very excited about that program. We have a special QPR training, as I had mentioned, that we're offering, which also includes offering, Shannon's actually going to be training staff at Finn, Woodward, and Neary in QPR for one of their professional development days. We're very excited about that. And so in particular, I want to highlight two things for you guys, but also for anybody, residents who are listening. For Mental Health Awareness Month, this is our really two biggest community-wide things that we really would love people to participate in. So the first being on May 5th is we have two things happening on May 5th. Across the town, all of the schools, so school staff, students, community members, town employees, are all invited to wear green. Green is the color for Mental Health Awareness Month. All of the schools are on board with this and will be participating in this way. So we would love all of you to as well. Feel free to share your green wearing pictures if you want to. And also on May 5th, I'll actually show you a sample. We're hosting a luminary event. Our theme for Mental Health Awareness Month this year is Leave the Light On, which we think is really symbolic for supporting one another through potentially dark times. And so this is a luminary event where we are giving these out. In fact, I'm excited to share that the Board of Health, and along with, in partnership with the schools, are going to be giving out one of these luminary bags, which inside is a battery-operated tea light. So every child in every school is going to be getting one of these to take home, which is very exciting. We are going to have these available here at Town Hall, at the Senior Center, at the library, and at our office while supplies last. Maybe we'll get some more if there's a high demand. But so we encourage you also on May 5th to wear green, and then at sundown, if you pick one of these up, to put one of these out on your front step, in your front window, to show your support for Mental Health Awareness Month. Maybe turn it on with the intention of thinking of someone in particular who's struggling or who has lost their battle with mental health. So that's really a community-wide event that we would love everybody to participate in. And then secondly, I just want to share our end of the month culminating event for Mental Health Awareness Month, which we call Celebrate Wellness. So this is the very last date of the month, which is the 31st on Wednesday at 6 p.m. at the Community House. We haven't been able to do this event in a long time because of COVID, so we're very excited to do this again. At this event, we have refreshments and live music. We have a community art gallery. And then we also present the Laurie Sugarman Whittier Wellness Award. Laurie was our director for many, many years before me. She worked in the town for over 30 years. And our youth commission received wonderful, quite a few nominations this year. Making it difficult to choose a recipient, but we had a record number of nominations for Kim Tolander, who was a really wonderful resident that we lost last August unexpectedly. So we are hoping that we have the capacity to present that award at Celebrate Wellness. We're working with the family on that. And if that's not convenient for them, we can also find another way to publicly share that. So, but we hope that you'll come to Celebrate Wellness with us. It's really just about community and being together and observing Mental Health Awareness Month and all the ways that we are doing well and healthy. So that's all I had. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
You want to remind people about interface too before?
Sure. Yeah. Actually, I'll use the opportunity to share that the state of Massachusetts has passed some legislation that has increased or diversified the way that people can access mental health supports that include urgent care centers just for mental health services now. I'm not sure if people are aware of that. So we have a great list now that goes from 988 and 911 for crisis situations all the way through much more routine, just perusing the internet kind of searches for mental health support. There's a really great range of offerings now that we would love to share with people. I don't have, if I had the forethought, I would have gotten you that to put in your packet. But one of the services that's among those that you just mentioned is Interface Referral Service, which is a service offered out of William James College. Southborough has a contract with them. It allows residents to call in and let them know their search criteria for a mental health provider. It also includes specific types of therapy, so if you're looking for substance use treatment or if you're looking for a neuropsych evaluation, something like that. You can let them know what kinds of services you're looking for. It's free to residents. We have a contract, so we pay the contract, but then in turn it's free to those residents. And you can call as many times as you like. And what they do is they take your search criteria, including your insurance, your ability to self-pay, the time of day you need, et cetera, and they get to work trying to find you an opening. And if you've had any experience trying to do that yourself or navigate that system on your own, it's very challenging and very complicated and frustrating. So this has been an incredibly welcome addition to the services that we're able to offer. And you can call them as many times as you need. So if you've called Interface and it hasn't been the perfect match for you, or it's not working out for one reason or another, you can call them back and ask them to reopen your case. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Chelsea?
Thank you for the update. Thank you for coming. I think it's great that you're handing those out to all the kids at school, so hopefully we'll have a lot of green lighting in town next Friday night. I don't have any questions. Thank you for everything that you and your team do in collaboration with other groups in town, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you wiped out Amazon of those, so I don't know if you'll be getting any more.
Yeah, we kind of did. Yeah.
Lisa?
Thank you. Sarah, thank you as always. It's been quite the uplifting night. We've had a lot of really positive things happen tonight, so I'm very much appreciating this, but I appreciate everything that you do and you continue to do for the community as well. Did you say what time the Celebrate Wellness was?
I don't know that I did.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be interested in that, and I think honoring Kim.
Did I?
You did?
Oh, good.
I missed it. Okay.
Good.
You said
6
Kim,
let me say
and
it
I
again.
kind of lost all focus.
6 to
you know?
8 p.m. at the Community House on May 31st.
Okay. And again, thank you for doing that, and thank you for honoring Kim as well. Kim touched a lot of people in this town, so you certainly have picked a wonderful person to do it, so thank you.
Agreed.
Sam?
Thanks very much for the update, as always. Very interesting to hear all the great things that the department's doing. I think it's made great progress over the last several years. As folks may or may not know, staffing in the department has increased to meet the need. We're a little ahead of the curve because nobody knew COVID was coming, but we were actually moving in the right direction there.
Right.
It turned out to be, I think, a real huge plus for us, that we're better able to respond. And it's interesting that this is, in my view, sort of an invisible service in a lot of ways, and that Sarah and her team don't advertise how many people or whatever are receiving support this way, but I'm told that it's a lot more than most people would guess, as a matter of fact. And I think it's something that it's critical for the community to provide this kind of service. I'm delighted to hear about the prevention push. Prevention is underfunded in many places. Our healthcare system is broken in many ways because we don't focus as much on prevention as we should. And so I think this is another place where we can make a really sound investment, and if it's done in a targeted way, which I believe it is here. So again, thank you and your group for all the great work, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always very uplifting to hear you give a summary of the work that you're doing. And one thought I had that came to mind was just something that Sam said is how I think we did the right thing a couple of years ago by trying to invest in youth and family services ahead of COVID, and it just something that kind of worked out well, where we did not know what was coming, but it was definitely the right decision that we made.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm just going to pass these out to you guys before I go. And thank you again to the gentleman for letting me go ahead of you.
Anybody have it? All right, so while you're doing that, Chelsea's going to read the proclamation from the Select Board about mental health.
Okay, so here it is. Whereas Southborough, Massachusetts welcomes a multitude of families, an essential part of the cultural, social, and spiritual fabric that is Southborough, Massachusetts. And whereas Southborough, Massachusetts recognizes that breaking the stigmas related to mental health and wellness is essential to a strong community. Whereas everyone plays a role in breaking that said stigma to celebrate wellness and being successful includes neighborhood organizations, businesses, nonprofit agencies, policymakers, and of course, families themselves. Whereas during the month of May, as well as the whole year, though we must take time to take care of our whole selves, which must include our mental health. Whereas we should all commit to seeking help when needed, as well as support our neighbors to show mental health as a part of our whole health. Whereas the assistance and resources of agencies and organizations such as Youth and Family Services Department for the town of Southborough, we can help all families and individuals to create a better future for all Southborough residents. Now, therefore, we, the elected Select Board of Southborough, Massachusetts, do hereby proclaim May 1st through May 31st Southborough Mental Health Awareness Month, and we commit this observance to the people of Southborough, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
And we're signing it right now. Okay. All right, so thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Parent, come on up. And Bob, you can come up with him. Okay, so we're to the point tonight, I think we're ready to make a decision on the wattage of the, is it 632 50-watt bulbs that are currently installed in streetlights. So Vanessa, can you, what we want to put up is the one from the presentation that is this one. So that's what we want to see. Okay. All right, so if you remember where we left off last time that we talked about this at our meeting, we were all supportive of the process and the project. We had Marnie Houlihan here, and we had Dr. Hyland here, who was her professional help as far as the bylaw that was passed in June of May of 21. So we know we want to do this. We just had some questions about the wattage on the 632 50-watt bulbs, right? So John, correct me if I say something wrong here. So as what we agreed to do is National Grid was going to put some samples up for us to look at, which they did. I think everybody's probably gone over in the dead of night with their lights off. Which I went at 2 o'clock in the morning. I was pretty worried about what the neighbors were going to think I was doing out there with my lights off, but I turned them off to take a look at the lights that are up on Richards and a couple roads that are around there and Middle Road. So we had a chance to look at the difference between 15 watt and 19 watt, and that's our decision. So the decision to make tonight is, where's my 632? This may be the wrong one. No, that's not the right one. Sorry, Vanessa, I gave you the wrong one. It is this one. This is the one I want. Sorry. It's 2 more down from that. I'll go back. It's that one. Okay. There you go. Okay, so we've got, I forget, 1,000 something lights, right? So the second one down, the 630, so we got 936 in total. So 632 is what we're voting on tonight. We'd agreed with everything else at the last meeting. Everybody agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. So it was a 632 that we had a difference of opinion with the people that were there that night as far as whether we should go 19 or 15. So we wanted to take a look at him and see what we thought. So, did everybody go? Mm-hmm. Okay, so everybody's got 15. Okay, so Andrew, what do you think between 15 and 19?
So from what I saw, my basic take was that I thought that the 15 watt was sufficient to, at least on the more side streets, Moulton and
Richards? Yeah, Moulton. What was the next one down, parallel to it?
Leonard Street.
Yeah.
Leonard.
Drive.
Yeah.
That, on those, that seemed to give enough light. And then for the, I mean, when I went, there was, I tried to go at a time when there was less pollution, light pollution, but now you become more sensitive. Even just when you lit up that screen there, it became a lot more light. So it was just hard to tell, closer to the street, but I think the 15 watt is sufficient.
Sam?
I'm solidly on the 19-watt side. I think that, for me, as a public safety issue, I like to be able to see better. Being a senior citizen, I see better with more light, frankly, and I think we got 25+% of the town as senior citizens, so I think that's a consideration. I'd be interested in understanding the public safety issues relative
going
to the
to, so-
fire and police chief, but again, you know, I'm interested in dark skies as well, certainly. On the other hand, I think the safety and visibility outweighs this one for me, so I'm solidly on the 19-watt side.
All right, so it's 1-1. Lisa?
So I think the 15 is sufficient. My concern was at different intersections in different places of town, I don't know that that's sufficient. And I think if we're going to look globally, Sam, I agree with you that I'm not going to say I'm a senior citizen, even though I'm close to it, but I'm not going to say that. But
You're a junior citizen,
I'm a junior
so
citizen. Thank you, Sam. I actually like that. Thank you. But you know, I have those same concerns as well. I think it's Ashland has the 19s, if I'm not mistaken, and down on Oregon. And I'll tell you what, rain, snow, whatever, it is clear as day. With the brighter lights. So, while I could live with the 15, I worry safety-wise that the 19 might be the better option.
Before Chelsea talks, can we just clarify, you don't want us to do a mixture in that 632. You want it to be either 19 or 15, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
With the 632, I believe it was Mr. Stivers that may have brought up at the last time we met on this, and I agree fully with him. We're not looking to do a patchwork quilt.
Okay.
This should really be, you know, because what the 50s were, whatever we go to should be appropriate to it.
Okay. All right, Chelsea?
So I agree with Sam and Lisa. I noticed that the street light that was at the end of Moulton is across the street from a crosswalk. And I know we have a lot of people in town, especially leading, you know, before the light comes up at 6 o'clock, that are running on our roads, and kids are on bikes even after dark. So I think for that reason, I think having a 19 there was convincing for me, and where we should be consistent with the other roads. I'm on the 19 page as well. I'd like to hear from the police chief as well.
I would like to interject on that particular light at the end of Moulton, at the end of Leonard on Richards. Those were originally 100s. Those would be 41s. We put 19s in just to show you what 100 at 19 would be. It is lacking greatly on your main roads. That's, as we all agreed last time, hundreds should be 41s, and that is a prime example of why they should be.
Okay, so we're not quibbling over anything but the 632.
Right
so
now,
to be
just the
clear,
632,
okay?
yes.
All right. So I had trouble seeing a big difference between the two. Again, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I was really tired. And I really was worried about somebody looking out and going, what is she doing out there, turning her lights off? So
Were
I
your
was
eyes
kinda-
open?
I almost came to get whoever was at the police department to say, you want to ride with me on this? I thought, oh my gosh, they're going to call the police and say, what is this person doing out there? But anyway, I did it, and I just couldn't see a huge difference. So therefore, if I didn't see a difference, why wouldn't I pick 15? Because we save a little bit more money. And tell you what I am worried about is the people sleeping in the houses. Though on Moulton, those houses are pretty close to the road, and it bothers me a lot when street lights come in when I'm sleeping. So I was worried about the houses too, as far as what they would think. I think safety is still the most important thing here. So I'm kind of on the fence, but we got 3 that are 19, 1 that's 15, and me that's could go either way. So, Andrew?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I had for me, it was easier to see the difference on the side streets as opposed to Richards Road, which was the bigger road, so.
Yeah, I could see the difference too, but from the standpoint of light scatter into the houses, I mean, the high-pressure sodium ones actually throw a lot more light out in various places, so that would bother me as a resident there. These are much more focused.
Yeah, so it's,
And so,
those are
and
good.
frankly,
That's a good
I
point.
think you need a little more power there if you're focusing it more to make some of the light spread, so you got more safety down the road. But you know, again, it's obviously a tough call, and there's no perfect answer to it. But for me, again, the overwhelming thing is people running, walking, strollers or whatever at night. Sometimes people go out at strange times and walk along the roads, and I think all of us have seen people wearing dark clothing walking along the road at night, which is
It's actually
crazy.
funny you mentioned that, Sam, because last night when I finished driving around with Police Chief Newell, I went back to make a short video for Fire Chief Achilles because he was feeling under the weather last night, so I walked up each street. And when I got back in my vehicle, I was heading back down from Leonard towards Moulton up at the high end. And all of a sudden, on the side of the road, I didn't see a person. I saw two little reflectors that were on the back of their sneaker. And right then, I knew, okay, we need more. I almost got out of my car to try to videotape them, but I figured, okay, I don't need to get arrested tonight.
That's right.
But people in this town, unfortunately, in the mornings when I've been out for, there was a jogger last week when they first went up, I went out. Saw them more clearly, but last night, you could not see this person. All you saw was two reflectors. And it's hard for me because I'll be very honest, I like the look of the 15 better. I like the look, but streetlights aren't about look. As Mr. Sivers brought up, I was actually discussing with Pamela Francois this afternoon. We have a lot of seniors in town who already don't go out at night because it's hard to see. And to reduce any light from them, it just doesn't seem fair. It's like it's hard enough being a senior. We don't have to make it harder for 4 watts.
All right, so,
Can I add one more thing, just
Yeah.
quickly, too? I think another thing to consider is, depending on the train schedules as well, there are a lot of people that actually walk to and from the trains. And as fall time comes, Andrew, you know, you have some people on your street do. So, you know, I think of that as well. Because again, Woodland does get really dark in some spots at night. So just thought I'd add that.
all right, so we're going to hear from Chief Newell as far as his opinion, and we want, Dr. Highland's patiently sat here all night long, so we want to hear from him and anybody else in the audience that wants to opine on this. But
As you heard, good evening, everybody. As you heard, I did go out with John last night, and we went through the roads, and he pointed out where the lights were. And I am in agreement with John. I think that we need sufficient lighting in that area, and I think that that would provide it. 15 was fairly low. We had families that were out actually walking on one of the roads, and it was hard to see them. So I think that, in my opinion, for safety purposes, that the 19 watt would be the best. That's my opinion.
all right, thank you very much. Dr. Highland, you want to come up? Sure. And you have to introduce yourself, although we know who you are.
Hi, Destin Heilman, 7 Harris Drive. I wondered whether it was strategic that a lot of these lights went in near my house, but I had an opportunity to walk around the neighborhood a couple of times to get a sense for it. And I've got a good sense of the neighborhood with all the HPS lights to begin with. Yeah, it is true that these lights, LEDs in general, are more like spotlights. They don't have the diffusers on them that the HPS do. And so it's sort of a toss-up as to how much stray light you get off of them. These particular units, they have several bulbs that sort of protrude a little bit down from the housing. It's a very flat housing with the bulbs that sort of stick down. Between the 19 and the 15, I walked around the neighborhood a bunch of times on a couple of different nights, and and from my point of view, it is kind of difficult to tell the difference. We didn't have a situation where we had a 19 right next to a 15 and right next to an HPS, and that sort of would have had the difference. I think, I mean, in my view, that it's just a few watts, but it's 632 lights. And there is a lot of blue light coming in that we're introducing in these. So I think we do have to take that into account. This is our chance to make a choice that's either going to have this much impact on the environment or this much impact on the environment, including the people that live there. There's going to be blue light in their houses. The biggest difference I saw that I would be concerned with the 19 watt is glare. The one big difference, and noticing from driving up the street or walking up the street, is that with the 15s, you didn't really get much glare until you were right under the light. With the 19s, it was a lot further away. And one of the big misconceptions about brighter light is that it's better for safety, it's better for those who can't see well, that kind of thing. It's actually oftentimes the exact opposite. And the reason for that is because of glare. The brighter the light gets, the more it scatters off the ground and the more it comes straight into your eyes. We don't need the light coming into our eyes. That's not where we want it. We want it shining on the ground, illuminating the objects around it and the people around there. Either the 19 and the 15 can do that just fine. The problem is with glare. The 19 has a lot more glare. So when you're approaching the bulb, you see the bright bulb here shining in your light, and it actually dissipates the amount of contrast that you get for the stuff on the ground. So, I would still urge the board to go with the 15s. If someone's out running or walking at night and things like that, it's amazing how much your eyes will adjust to that light. It takes 30 minutes for your eyes to fully adjust for this stuff. But for street lights and things like this, you need 5 or 10 minutes out around there. But it's, I spent that standing out on the street, waiting for my eyes to adjust, looking down at the ground. I'm used to doing that kind of stuff. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of what's it illuminating on the ground? How bright are those things being illuminated? The things I need to see. And that was my primary concern with the 19, was it had a substantially higher amount of glare. So if that kind of makes sense, the difference between the light shining directly in your eyes. There's this classic photo that's used all the time, or experiment that you can do, where they've got somebody standing right in front of a camera or a person, and it's a light, they do 2 different lights, one that has a lot of glare that shines toward the viewer and another that doesn't, and where the glare is shining and you can't see the person at all standing right in front of you. And if you simply shield the bulb from view, they pop right into view. So it's a classic way to see the impact of glare. The more blue light the lights have, the more scattering you get. So if you're living next to somebody with a house that's painted white or painted a very light color, if that street light is out there, the 19 is going to generate a lot more scattering off the side of their house into somebody's window, is another thing to think about. So from my perspective, even from a safety point of view, there is no direct correlation to, no study that has shown any direct correlation to decreases in crime or anything like that with brighter lights. I think it's a genuine concern in making sure that there's enough illumination for everyone around. But I think if you actually compare the 19 and the 15 for what's illuminating on the ground, they're functionally equivalent. I think the 19 is going to have more glare. It's going to generate probably more complaints for those folks. I know I'm one of those people. There's a 19 that's just up the street from my house, and we've got a light-colored house on the other side. I've noticed in my backyard that I can see the light shining on the 85-foot oak trees we've got in our backyard. It wasn't there with the HPS. I don't know what the 15 would look like, but guaranteed it would be less. So all that's to say is I think either way, we're pointed in the right direction. This is going to be a great change. The 19 watt is a lot less wattage and power than a lot of towns have gone. But a lot of towns have made a lot of mistakes. So that's my point of view.
We always sincerely appreciate hearing from you. So thank you very much. Is anyone in the audience for the hand raised?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Dr. Holland?
Oh, me?
Yeah, a question. Okay, sorry.
Sure.
Thank you. Not so easy. Just curious, in terms of the quantity of blue light that comes out, I mean, I thought that given that both are 3,000 K color temperature, how much more percentage-wise blue light comes out of the 19 watt versus the 14
Good question.
watt?
I should have done the calculation
Roughly.
before I came in, yeah.
We're talking about 5% or 50% difference?
So I'm not
or-
sure what the percentage is, but what I can say is that because they're both 3,000 K, they're giving off the same color tone. So there's the same amount, the same percentage of blue light in the light particles they give off, but the 19 watt is shedding a lot more of them per unit
makes
time. Yeah, so it's really based on the power.
But it's not straight a proportion to wattage, I would
No.
bet. So,
Yeah, so,
okay.
I don't know, you might know better than I.
Just for the record, this is Bob Moran, National Grid, and thank you to the board. And I just would say, this has been fascinating to see the intentionality that you brought to this question, and I appreciate it.
Most towns don't have the technical expertise that we
That's
have.
great,
So-
yeah.
The bothersome scientist.
No, I'm happy to have you contribute, and I'm not qualified to countermand any of the statements that are made. As a matter of fact, it's not the utility's role to tell a community what style of light, what location, what quantity. That is expressly reserved for the community to tell us, and we'll put the lights up that you choose. That said, I think moving to 3K, first of all, Southborough was one of the towns that pushed the utility to get this into the tariff. It took longer than we had hoped, but I think it was a good move. And Sam, you mentioned the fixtures being dark sky compliant. The ones that you have now are not. The ones that we will be going to are dark sky, so that does drive more of the light down towards the roadway surface. And the fixtures do have a photometric design that's a little sharper with the cutoff, whereas the sodiums would kind of balloon it out. This will be a much sharper photometric cutoff. So when you're in the light, you'll be in the light. When you step out of it, you'll see the difference much more, probably immediately than you would with the sodium. So all that to say, it's your decision, and we'll respect it and implement it, whatever you choose. As for whether the blue light content is proportional, I just don't know.
Yeah.
I would guess that it would be reasonable to say that the 15-watt fixture is 14 watts light and 1 watt photocell. So it's a 14-watt light compared to an 18-watt light. And what's that? 35% more blue light, something like that.
Something
like that, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly how it scales or what it would be,
Yeah.
but it's a reasonable percentage.
Yep.
If you consider that a 4 or 5 watt difference is a significant percentage of the total wattage
Power,
that we're talking about. Yeah.
It's also a little bit greater photometric distribution. So, in that case, you do cover more
The spectrum
ground.
is wider in terms of the light
Well,
that comes out of it? or-
the photometric distribution, where the light will go,
Just the
will be
footprint, excuse me,
a little
footprint of the
bit, a little
light.
bit larger, yeah.
Yeah, so the coverage
cone,
area,
yeah.
the potential trespass that you
Yep,
get, and the
okay.
scattering effect that you
Yep.
get is higher for the night.
So in addition to the blue light, I was concerned about glare. And I think of myself as being relatively sensitive to glare, and I actually got out and walked around the lights, and I was surprised that I didn't really see a whole lot of what I thought was glare of concern. Is there a measurement of glare that one does for these kind of things? Is
There
some sort of
there
metric
is.
that
I mean,
says
basically.
19 is, again, 30% more glare?
Yeah,
than 14,
yeah.
or-
Basically, you put a light meter up when you're outside of the incident light, and however much light you're getting in your eyes, it's all wasted light, because it's not illuminating stuff that's
Yep,
on the ground,
yep.
it's illuminating directly in your eyes, which overloads your eyes and means that everything's going to look dimmer when you do that.
Okay.
So with HPS, it's got a diffuser on it, but you look up at the bulb and it doesn't look like it's got much glare because
Right.
it's diffusing the
Yep.
light everywhere.
Yep.
With these ones, it's much more focused.
Exactly.
And like we were saying, with the light path coming out at a wider
Yep.
angle, a higher dispersal,
Yep.
that's what's making the glare more evident
Yeah.
with the 19, because it's a higher angle
Yep,
coming
yep.
at your eyes.
Which is actually one of the things I like, because you got a wider dispersal there on the 19, so from a visibility
If you're
standpoint.
inside the light
Yeah.
path. If
Yeah.
you're outside of it,
Yep.
you're getting the glare, and
More
so the
glare.
stuff that's in the distance is going to be less
Okay.
visible to you than if you're right up on
Okay.
it.
Okay, my questions. Thank you very much. Appreciate the detail.
Okay, so while we're bringing her over, I saw the glare by looking up. I thought it was a lot of glare as far as the 19 goes. So I'm going to probably vote on the 15, given what Dr. Heilman said as far as the blue and the glare. Those truly ring a bell with me because of my cataract surgery.
I've had that too, and I didn't see the glare, actually.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, so last night I was at the airport, I came back, I had to go back again to pick up my husband at 2 o'clock, so I'm driving back in at 2 o'clock, and all the road construction right now, I mean, it killed my eyes, all the stuff. I mean, there were blue lights all over the place, and I thought, gosh, I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm not happy
I'm
with-
truly, I don't like to say, I'm too old for this, I'm not doing that anymore, I'm not going back. But, so it just, the glare really does bother me, so,
I'm disappointed that you're taking my role as the minority vote here.
well, I'm sorry. Well, Andrew might minority with me.
I
Okay,
think I'm
so-
going to abandon my minority position and go with
The
because
19.
look, it's not a super strong, and I'm also a little bit sensitive to, these are weird decisions where we're making, it's kind of just like a personal preference, and
Yeah,
so
exactly.
rather than just have like a collection of 5 personal preferences, I mean, I think the public safety component is important, and I was really just judging it like walking on the, side streets, right? It seemed that the 15 seemed okay, but there is a little bit, you know, you have a different view of along like Richards Road and Woodland Road, and definitely I've been in that situation of walking back from the train that's it's dark, so.
But what Dr. Heimland said is, you really do, you just don't, you may not realize you really got the same amount of light with the 15 and 19 because of the glare of the 19, you don't have the 15. So I'm convinced I can see the same thing with the 15. I did look up at the 19s, and it was glare when I looked up at them last night. So it's fun. We've accomplished what we want to here. We're going to do this, you know. We're on the, you know, fringes of this now. We're on the edges of it. This is the icing on the cake. We've got the cake done.
And I also think, John, you deserve a lot of credit for you know,
Absolutely.
your patience in doing this.
Oh, absolutely. And National
exercise
Grid for
of-
giving us all these lights to look at. So thank you very much for doing this. I'm sure that wasn't easy. So no, the whole thing.
Can I just add one other thing too, Kathy? So in relative to glare, maybe because I'm height challenged, I didn't quite get the glare. I don't know, but I will say I do have a street light literally at the end of my driveway on Oregon Road. Oregon is a very dark road. So because it is so dark, I think, and again, maybe I'm going to be proven wrong, but I really think that the 19 is, for me anyway, you know, the way to go. I have cameras around my house, so it's going to get picked up and shown on the triplex anyway, so I'm, irregardless, I'm going to see the lights. But I think of the darker streets, and sometimes you have to trade a little bit. And again, that's not to take away from anything you've said. I have tremendous respect for what you said. I'm still stuck on the safety aspect. And again, as Andrew said, we don't necessarily know best. We're just trying to make the best decision that we can for everybody.
And I would only argue that because it seems like the board is sort of like, it's a personal preference to go one way or the other, and that you're not quite sure, that's why I would urge you to lean the other way. And in that I think what you would find if we had the direct comparison between them, and for me walking around, is that the added glare of the 19 actually reduces your ability to see the stuff. It's like having a bright light in your eyes when you're trying to see something in the distance, and you have to go like this to block the light source. So functionally speaking, you may end up with less visibility of the stuff you want with the 19. So it may be more difficult to see.
Well,
I would, if it's that close.
I would just add that the National Grid tariff does have in it language that says the company shall provide, at the request of a community, shields or visors to deflect or, you know, direct light as the community requests. My experience with a number of communities that have done this is a pretty small percentage of installations do result in that follow-up request. There's probably folks who don't realize they could ask for that. But, you know, if you're gonna do almost 1,000 lights, I wouldn't be surprised if you get 10 residents or more. I mean, we could even put one at the, if you have a glare problem at your end of your street, we would be, yeah. I mean, well, if it comes through the board or through John, we can do that.
Here's the form you fill out.
So your advice is to wait and see what happens, and then if we get enough
I'm here to educate and not
complaints?
advise, yeah. But I just want you to be aware that we are required to provide visors or shields if the town requests.
So we could communicate that to residents as part of the process.
Yeah.
You know, I would say that would mitigate any complaints that you get or trespass and stuff, but it's not going to mitigate the exposure of the light into the
In
environment.
fact, one of the funniest stories I've got in all my years with the company was a guy who, he lives in Milford, close to the street, and right after we did the conversion, he came into the office, he's like, I can't sleep, the light's coming in my bedroom window, it's just screaming in. And we put the visor up, and he came back like 2 weeks later, and he just looked relaxed and refreshed, and he's like, thank you.
It's because his
thank you."
melatonin levels went back to normal.
Yeah, so that option is there for you, and, you know, we're happy to.
We should put melatonin in the water supply.
Yeah. Seriously.
So-
Bright lights as you want, we'll just put the stuff in the water.
I just wanted you to be aware of that.
We got a hand up.
Yeah, Marnie's coming over,
Okay, good.
and then we will vote.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Hey, Marnie,
Hello.
go ahead.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford, but also as a voice from being on the planning board. So I would urge the select board, much to Dr. Heilman's appeal, if there isn't much of a difference between the 19 and the 15 watt, the entire initiative around the Dark Skies Initiative and our proposed and accepted bylaw in town was really to help preserve the lighting. And I think if there is such a nominal change, and the glare, I think, is significant. I will say, Kathy, I was in a similar circumstance last night, closer to 9:30 when I went out, but my eyes were tearing from the glare, and I am actually vertically challenged, Lisa. So it was quite affecting me. And I think that, you know, my recommendation is to really please think about the 15 watt. There's massive amounts of lights going in. Just as I've been on this meeting, I've received 2 pictures of these lights that are outside people's houses reflecting into their homes. That's great that visors can be provided or shields can be provided, but why wait and make a decision that now needs multiple visors when we can kind of do the right thing now? So that's just my appeal to the select board. I think your decision's made, but I'd really ask you to reconsider in light of what we're trying to do for the future of our world.
So Marty, just to be clear, you've gotten something tonight from 2 people who have the test lights outside their houses?
Yeah.
And they're obviously listening to this?
Yeah, I could actually open a picture. One's on Middle.
And do you know if they've got the 19s or the 15s?
Let me look back at the packet.
Which one?
15 so there were 19s on Leonard and 15s on
Middle.
Yeah.
Middle was all 15s.
And while you're pulling that up, I would just say my, probably a final argument is that whatever safety issues you might have with a 19 or a 15, they're not going to be made different by either one. There's no degree of light difference between these two that would mean the difference between a trip, a fall, a safety thing. And I would argue that you're going to trip and fall probably by the glare of the 19 than before you would with the 15. But I don't think it's a big enough difference for a safety argument to say we think the 19 are safer. They're just not that different on the ground.
Yeah.
So Marty, the person or persons who've contacted you, they're on Middle?
Yes.
Okay, so they've got the 15s. All right.
And still a pretty bright glare into their home.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we may have to put the...
I guess my perception was I could still see better with the 19s when I was sitting there walking along the road. So maybe it's just a false perception or something, but at least that's what I thought. So I realize people have different perceptions, people's eyes work differently.
So Margaret, why don't you go to that microphone? Yeah.
Marguerite Landry, 134 Deerfoot. It strikes me that light pollution is not really good for children, and we've just heard a long and lovely explanation about mental health improvement. But if the kids are starting to get insomnia from the glare, is this really what we want? Just a thought.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have done our homework here, right? We're ready to vote so that John and Bob can get this done quickly so we can start saving some money? Okay. Okay, so I'll make a motion to use 19-watt 3K LEDs in the 632 current 50-watt HPSs.
Second.
All in favor? That's 4. All opposed? 1. So 4-1. And I would propose, just to be clear, in the minutes, I would support the 15. Okay, 4-1. And we sincerely appreciate you being here. And Bob, you too. And John, as always. And Chief.
And we'd like to communicate to the public when this gets done that the shielding is available.
Yep.
So leave that.
Is it still also the case if a resident sees an intersection where there's not currently a light, that this is an opportune time to bring to the town's attention that?
We could add it through like Bob, we're doing this.
Yeah, you're free to add lights. The only caveat there is an individual resident cannot put a light on a public way, because that would entangle you into, sort of liability.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not what I was getting at.
Okay.
Okay.
But they can request through the town. If the town asks for a light through us, we'll put it up.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It was fun.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, so our patient water study guru,
Now we get to the easy one.
Okay, so Matt, you want to come on up? Good evening, good evening.
Am I presenting from my computer? You have slides? Am I able to control them, or would you be controlling them?
No, I can change them. So Matt, you want to introduce yourself first, so
Yes.
people watching know who you are and why you're here.
Good evening. Hello, members of the Select Board. My name is Matt Abrahams from the Abrahams Group, here to talk about water rates.
Okay. So before you get started, can you just jump ahead with one slide so you can explain to people why we're having this discussion tonight and why we need to do this pretty quickly? I think if you go to the baseline projections, which is page 4, put that up first and show people where we're heading if we don't do something.
Yep.
Okay, so everybody see the retained earnings line? Remember, we've got an enterprise fund, it's got to pay for itself, it has no other assets to borrow from or use, so the water revenue has got to pay expenses. And our retained earnings are, as of fiscal year '24, pretty low, and they go negative very quickly. So that is the impetus for changing the water rate so that we increase our revenue, so that we end up with a healthy retained earnings to support the enterprise fund. Okay, so with that,
Very
it's
well
all yours.
said.
Okay, all right.
Does that mean we don't show the prior slides?
No, it doesn't. I just want people to know why given we're proposing a fairly significant rate increase, I want people to understand what the issue is here. Okay.
Yes, and just to add to that, the water fund is an enterprise fund now. As of a few years ago, it's meant to be self-sustaining, meaning revenues are supposed to pay for expenditures. That doesn't always happen, but that's the intent.
Okay.
So yes, I'm here to talk about the water rate study that we've done for the town of Southborough. I've been working with town staff and some members of the select board on and off for a few months now. I think we started this back in November maybe, or somewhere in that time frame. Even with Karen before she left. So yes, as the chair so nicely said, the water fund is in a little bit of a predicament, meaning that the revenues are not keeping up with the expenses maybe as well as the hope was. So there is a need to look at water rates, and we have done that for the town. And we're ultimately proposing multiple options for the town's consideration for either just a straight rate increase or maybe a change to the tier structure as well. So we have worked with the town on and off on water rates for a few years. That's actually noted on the slide in front of you. And we were brought back in initially to take a look at revenues versus expenses, but also to potentially take a look at modifying the tier structure. So when we were first brought in, that was brought to our attention immediately, and that was one of our focuses as we went forward. Okay, so the slides in front of you. Recent results. The top table shows what the rate changes were over the past few fiscal years. And as noted in FY21, there was also actually FY16 and FY21, there was also tier changes in each of those years. And you can see in the bottom table that some of the recent financial results, we saw that there was a deficit in 2 of the fiscal years we looked at of about $500,000 in each year, as well as a surplus in 21, and we're projecting a small surplus in FY23, which is the current fiscal year.
So anybody that has a question, just ask it. Don't have to be calling, just ask it so we can keep this going. So Matt, and I asked Carla this today, why can't I roll the retained earnings? Why can't I take the surplus or deficit for a year and add it to the previous year retained earnings and get the end of the year one? I mean,
that's a very good question. So what we have put on the slide in front of you is the numbers as if DOR were to do the calculation, and it's not as simple as just adding the surplus or subtracting the deficit, because there are funds that get reserved based on what is voted for a fiscal year. So let's say, for example, at town meeting or wherever an article would be voted, you authorize a $500,000 purchase for something, maybe for a vehicle. That's a really large vehicle, but a vehicle. That money gets set aside, and that money would not be part of the certification number. So that money is available on the side for when it's needed for the next fiscal year to make the purchase. So when it comes time to do the certification, there is the adding back in of what was reserved from the prior year, and there is the reserving of what is needed for the upcoming year, So it's not perfectly in line with what you said.
Good enough.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Yes, and please feel free to stop me with questions. I actually have a lot of slides and they're pretty detailed. I will go through them as quickly as I can. Next slide, please. Projections for FY '24 to '28. So this was one of the first things that we did as part of our study. We always look forward multiple years in the future. We usually do a 5-year look, which is what we did for the town here. We want to see how the revenues are projecting and comparing to projected expenditures over that time frame. We took a look at the MWA assessment, historically, here's a very quick synopsis on how that's calculated. The MWA has its costs every year. It needs to recover those costs. It assesses those costs to each of its members based on their flow share relative to one another. So if Southborough were to use the same exact water every year, that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be your assessment doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have the same assessment every year. It's dependent on others and what they do as well, what their shares are as well. So in a dry year, you might see your outdoor water usage go up, and you might see your flow go up, you might see your assessment go up the following year. It's always a 1-year lag.
And they assess on a calendar year?
Yeah, they look at calendar year usage.
Okay, so 22, they've looked at what we use, and we're going to get assessments sometime soon in 23. We've already got it. We know what it is.
It would be the calendar year 24 impacts the 24 assessment, which is just, the preliminary assessment just came out very recently.
Okay, and so we actually pay it in fiscal year 24?
For your usage in calendar year 22, yes.
Okay.
There's a little lag there.
And we also got whacked by COVID in that water usage in Boston is the huge consumer of MW area water. COVID, as people fled the office buildings downtown, meant that they used a lot less water. That pushed that cost basically onto the other users, such as Southborough.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point.
It's a crazy process.
So
that was a thing.
Boston would have pretty consistent usage year over year with all the stuff going on there, all the restaurants, all the bars, colleges, things like that. So, and then all of a sudden, not completely shut down, but a huge difference. So that meant the MWA still had its costs and people had to pay for it. So Boston's share went down, therefore other people's shares went up, and yes.
We're coming back now, but still suffering some of that, I think.
Probably still not to the level it was prior. I haven't looked at that, though.
So bottom line is, not all this is directly under our control. We can be doing wonderful things here, and indirectly we get whacked in terms of the financials, so.
I get that. So timing again, fiscal year 24. So we've already passed the fiscal year 24 budget, right? Did that in March, right? Did we know what that assessment was going to be in fiscal year 24 when we did that, or did we guess at it?
I don't know. I can't recall if the budget was set prior to the assessment.
I think we knew, because I saw the assessment figure before town meeting and passed it along to Karen, and I thought that was in the projections.
No, the preliminary assessment.
Okay, Karen.
Yeah, the preliminary assessment comes out sometime at the end of
passed it along
February,
to
I
somebody,
think,
so
is
anyway.
when it came out.
Yeah, I think we knew what our assessment was going to be before town meeting, at least.
When was the budget voted?
March 24th.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that it would be in there then.
Yeah.
We got it late, we had the number late.
Okay.
And I guess what I think I heard back was that you had a number that was very close to what the.
Yeah, actually, I was within
So,
300,000.
yeah.
3,000?
Yeah,
It was
3,000,
it was
small
very
number.
close.
Yeah,
3,000 would
that
be
was
very
good.
impressive.
Yeah, that was good, so.
Yeah, it was, thank you.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. So what we did was, we don't know what the MWA's expenses are going to be every year, but they say in their budget document to expect a 3.9% increase every year, so that's what we use. And it's a nice conservative way to estimate what their total costs are going to be. Then we take what we think Southborough's flow share is going to be. We used an average, and then the average flow share that we used was 0.38. That's how we project your assessments year over year. Now, of course, depending on dry seasons versus wet seasons, it might be a little bit more like this, but we have a consistent approach that we use an average method for that. The table that's on the screen in front of you, we have debt service projected out based on the capital plan provided to me by the town, and we have 3 bullet points there for what the projects represent. Newton Street Mains Project, Water Loop at Fisher and Presidential Project, Lovers Lane Mains Project, expect to start in FY '28. So we have some context there for you there on how we came up with those numbers. There's also some purchases of capital equipment one service truck for $70,000, a hook lift truck for $55,000. That was also in the capital plan. And just FYI, we use an inflation factor for year over year for things like salaries, indirect costs. You know, generally expenses don't go down. They don't usually stay the same. So we use an inflation factor as we go year over year.
How does our Hopkinton water deal affect the capital expenditure thing? We may get money to pay for some of these things.
Let's not go into that. It could, but let's keep it out of it because that's conservative. It will give us
Okay.
cushion. One of those projects would be paid for, so, but let's not get
Okay.
into
Oh,
that
okay.
kind of weed right now.
Okay.
We've got to figure out.
Yeah,
the
so
rates.
whatever might happen from that is not in my numbers, at least not currently. So, yeah.
So it's a
keep that in
cushion, it's a cushion.
Conservative, yep.
Yep. So, yeah, so here's the slide that we started with, baseline projections. What baseline means in this case is no revenue changes. Now, that's not reality. Any responsible board would not let that happen, but we like to show what it looks like if nothing were to change. And of course, as mentioned early on, you can see the retained earnings projections going well below the target and rather quickly. The main reason why is because of the projected deficits that we have, and that's on the third row down in this table. You can see that starting FY24, again, without rate action, of a deficit projected of just under 500,000, and then it grows to over 600,000 from there, going left to right. And you can see the impact on retained earnings. It depletes it pretty quick, and then it goes negative.
I couldn't see where you got the 2.347938. The
For
revenue.
revenue
projected
totals?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just didn't see where you got the number.
It's in a workbook that I have. Did you ever get that workbook? You might not have gotten it.
I don't know.
The stuff that was shared with this board was probably a little bit more high level than the workbook that I have.
Okay,
Yeah, but I have a Excel file to back all these up.
okay. Keep going.
I'm sorry?
Flat volume and pricing for that number? For the-
Flat volume and pricing? What do you mean by that?
How do you calculate the revenue by volume times price, right? For the water?
Yeah. So,
That's not changing in this projection, 24 to 28.
right.
That's because this is
yeah.
his baseline, so he
Yeah,
hasn't
right,
changed
yeah,
anything
okay.
yet. These are current rates and
Okay.
using the same one, so that's true. It has, this is one choice.
Yep.
So, the main thing which drives the increase in the expenditures is just the increased debt service that you have in some of the,
And the 3%.
okay.
Yeah, we have all the expense lines changing in some regard. Salaries, I think we had going up 3%. We have other expenses going up maybe 3 to 3.5%. I don't have it off the top of my head. That we projected debt related to the capital plan. And there are some new projects coming on. So there's new debt related to that. Also the MWA assessments. They, over time, go up. I mean, there might be a year where it goes down a little bit, but over time, yes. Right.
And that's conservative too, as a matter of fact, because sewer assessments are going up. I just saw the numbers not long ago. Water is actually not going up as much as sewer, so I think we've got more of a cushion.
This year, maybe.
Eh,
Generally, I feel like water goes up a little bit higher than sewer, generally. I might be wrong about
Okay.
that, so.
Anyway,
You may be.
I think
you may
we
be
got a
right.
little cushion in there too, which is good, so.
Yep, yeah, we always work conservatism into our estimates.
So Sam, where do you think we've got a cushion?
In terms of the water rate increases, MWA just had their annual budget presentation not long ago, and it looked to me like water was going to not go up as much as sewer over the next several years here.
He's
because of
got
the way-
3.9 built in there because he says that's what their long-term plan says.
Yep.
You don't think,
I don't think it's going to be quite as much, but it's, again, to me, that's a conservative number, which is good, so I'm not arguing with the value of having that in there.
Yeah, so just to give you a little context, I have this on one of my tabs in my workbook. I do have the MWA assessments year over year historical. Even though they say 3.9% per year, that's actually what it did go up the last 2 fiscal years, FYI. But over the last 6 years, the average increase was 3.6%. So if they normalize that, then there is definitely conservatism built into here.
Yep, good.
Next slide. Thank you. So this is just a slide showing the current billing structure, and again, we are focused on, for one of the options, modifying the billing structure. So I thought it was important to put it up on the screen, what the current structure is. And it's important to note that there are some accounts that are currently billed monthly, about 50 accounts. And we learned throughout this study, I did not know this prior, but they are subject to the same tiers as the other, as the quarterly accounts, which means that they don't get up into the higher tiers quite as quickly because they're billed on a monthly basis rather than a quarterly basis. However, on the flip side, I believe that they are charged a base charge each time they receive a bill. So they receive 12 base charges a year versus 4 compared to everybody else.
Why do we have 50 that are billed monthly and everybody else quarterly? Do we know?
I do not know the answer to that question.
All right, so that's one of the things we may change to be consistent.
Yep, and the estimates that we've put together based on the rate options that will be presented momentarily include the shifting of those accounts from monthly to quarterly. Next slide, please.
And I believe most of those are businesses.
That is
not
correct.
residents.
It's not 100%, but most is accurate, yes.
Are they higher volume users or not?
No, not necessarily. That was one of the things that kind of struck us as we went through this.
Strange, yeah.
Yeah. So here are some billing metrics that we put together. We tend to focus on these types of numbers when we look at tiers and possibly modifying them. The top table on the left has bills per tier, both numbers and percentage. Then you have usage per tier, the same, billings per tier. Total consumption charges at the bottom on the left, and total base charges at the bottom on the right. And as you may be aware, Tier 1 does not have a flow-based rate currently. It's just the meter charge. In other words, it's a minimum because the same amount will be charged no matter how much is used. So when we look at the total consumption charges down the bottom number, the 1.7 million, that's tiers 2 through 4 that are compiled for you. Tier 1 would be the number off to the right.
So if I use 300 cubic gallons,
Cubic feet.
cubic feet a quarter, and Chelsea uses 600 cubic feet a quarter, we pay the same.
As long as you have the same meter size, you pay the same, yes. And most likely you do, because residents typically have the same ones, but.
But Chelsea's better hydrated, so that's important.
Chelsea's
And those
the
are-
grass is greener.
Those are definitely the amounts that you use as well, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Next slide, please. That was a joke, sorry.
it's a good one. It's a,
All right, option 1, no tier changes, rates, base charge only. What we like to do, even if you're going to talk about tier changes, and that's the focus, that could be the focus, we do like to show an option that would be just rates, meaning you don't change the tiers, you keep your current tiers, you keep your current structure. What would it take longer term just to focus on the rates and the base charges? Now, that's what this option has for you. I'll walk you through this really quick. 7.5% annually. So what I mean by that is we are saying that if you want to keep your retained earnings balance around the targeted amount, which we have as 20% of your expenditures year over year, we think it would take, at this point, 7.5% annually, meaning each of the years in this look, FY24 through FY28, as well as the same percent increase for the base charges, 7.5% annually. You can see that the revenue numbers are now updated on this slide based on those percentage increases, and you can see that your deficits that were pretty substantial on that prior slide we looked at, they're now a little bit less until they finally turn positive in the outward years, which means if based on the retained earnings calculation that Madam Chair mentioned earlier, that would start building retained earnings back up again, and you can see that as well in the table out and to the right. Now, one thing I want you to keep in mind as we move forward here, the 20% was something that the town staff and I came up with as a target. Doesn't necessarily have to be that, but that's a nice, healthy retained earnings balance, 20%. We generally recommend anywhere from 10 to 25%. I think 20% makes a lot of sense for a community like Southborough, but if you wanted to dip down to 15, you could probably get away with that as well. But you can see here that we are targeting that, and you can see an updated graph where, yes, the balance does go a little bit below the target, but eventually works its way around the target by the end of the 5-year look.
okay, so I just got to ask this, I don't understand, what does the size of the meter have to do with anything?
With anything, that is how your base charge is defined. There are
Okay,
different.
why does it matter how big your meter is?
Well, I don't think I have the answer on why the charges are what they are today, but I can tell you that typically base charges are higher for larger meters because they put more of a demand on the system. So they should be, they should pay for that.
But if you're paying for water, I mean, it seems to me the amount of water you use is the thing that ought to drive the water cost, whether you got a, 10-foot wide pipe or a 1-inch wide pipe. If you use 100 gallons of water, the price ought to be the same, I would think.
Well, the price is the same for the water that's used. This is the meter charge that we're talking about.
This is a base charge for
Just
the first 750.
meter itself, yeah.
Yeah, that's very common, actually. We see that across the industry a lot, that for different meter sizes pay different charges. And we usually see them go up as meter sizes go up.
I'm sure there's a reason for it, but
So I'm having trouble with that one
don't
too.
understand
but
it, yeah.
We'll keep going. Okay.
All right, option 2. So there's a lot of comments here. We talk about the base charge. Current charges are based on meter size. Their origin was not known, meaning how the charges came to be in the first place, and they do not seem to be based on anything. I saw a comment where that may not, I'm sure it was based on something. It's just that when we spoke with town staff about it, nobody could put their finger on it. But I'm pretty confident at some point it was based on something. So one of our charges, as we looked at this option, option 2, which is also the tier change option that we'll talk about momentarily, was to base the base charge on actual costs, and we have done that. We determined a set of fixed costs to recover, and we used the American Water Works Association supported equivalent meters methodology to set a new base charge, and it is based on meter size, and it is based on the charge going up based on the size increasing as well. You'll see that momentarily. For the tiers, the current structure has a minimum tier 1 that was already mentioned. That in theory means that anyone could use up to 750 cubic feet and not pay anything different. As Madam Chair mentioned a moment ago, generally that does not promote conservation. Now we're talking about a very small amount of cubic feet, 750. It's not 10,000, it's only 750, but still just the theory behind it. Someone could say, well, I have 750 that I could use and not pay anything different, so why don't I just use the 750? I don't think anyone really watches that, but in theory they could do that. So one of the things that we focused on while working with town staff was, instead of having the meter charge represent tier 1, have the base charge be a base charge, but have it not be tied to tier 1, just have it be a base charge, and then tier 1 would get a flow-based rate.
And that base charge would be designed to recover the fixed cost.
Yes, there were some fixed costs that were identified. We talked about them as a group, and we identified fixed costs that we wanted the base charge to recover, and we set the base charge accordingly. And so then in theory, the flow-based rate would recover all the remaining costs. So we wanted to make sure that we were establishing a low tier 1 rate, because now that everyone pays the base charge and they would also pay a tier 1 rate, we wanted to make sure that it was low, and we were focused on that. And we also wanted to focus on tier 1 maybe having a higher rate than it does today, because that usage, especially for residents, is really premium usage if you're in tier 4. So we wanted it to reflect that. And as already mentioned, moving the monthlies to quarterlies, that's mentioned here as well.
Question about that. I guess I am interested in the flow-based charge across the board. But I'm also interested in preserving an opportunity for people who are low water users to get an incentive to do that. So I couldn't figure out from this, is there any such incentive to say that you get a lower rate per 100 cubic feet or whatever for usage below, let's say, 750 to keep that number in there, or below 500 or whatever? You said it was not many users who were low-volume users there, so it would still be good, I think, to try to preserve some of that.
There was a lot in that tier 1, right? I mean, there's a hefty amount
Not
in
a
tier 1.
lot of water. I don't remember. I thought there was not a lot of water that was in tier 1.
There's a lot of people in tier 1. There's a lot of users in tier 1.
Under the 750?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Surprisingly, there's a lot of people.
16%
Yeah.
is tier 1.
And how much water? 26% of the water in Tier 1? I didn't remember that correctly then. I'd still be interested in giving them a break, I guess. 'cause
So
they're
they
not-
do, they pay less
They're not using much water.
than every tier. The more water you use and go into a higher tier, you pay more for that
But
water.
if we build them on a flow rate,
So Sam is
That
saying
was still-
completely do a flow. What Matt's proposing with this option is to change the base charge for everybody. Everybody is going to pay a base charge that allows us to recover our fixed cost, right? And then to mitigate the impact on the lower users, have that first tier 1 come down as far as the rate, so that the impact on these lower users won't be as big as it would be otherwise.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying it. So another way to look at it is if you're going to implement a tier 1 flow-based rate, that's something that users don't have today. So that means they're going to be paying for the base charge plus water in tier 1.
right,
So you want to make sure that you're trying to mitigate
Offset,
that increase. Yeah, and we did pay attention to that. It's just difficult when you have the flow-based, to have the meter charge in there as well,
yep.
to not have their bills go up as that much. So, but we'll look at that as we move forward here.
And
But
there
there
may
was
be other ways to protect them. That was the one that,
there was sensitivity to that. I mean, we only looked at a lower rate in tier 1. There probably are other ways we could do it.
yep. And I guess the other thought, we'll get to this later, but it occurred to me was that given the projected increases here, which would be great to try to manage somehow, is it worth thinking about going down to a 15% retained earnings, at least for some period of time, and working back toward the 20, in some of the out years more to actually soften the impact on people? I don't know what impact that would make, but that would certainly be in the right direction.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it would mean that the rate changes would be a little bit less. I
Yep.
wouldn't say they'd be substantially less, but a little bit less, yeah.
so,
We could run those for you if that's the wish of this group, we could do that.
So Matt, does any town do what Sam's suggesting, which is have totally no flat charge, no meter charge, literally have rates set on usage all the way up?
There are towns that do that, yes.
But I think the challenge with that is, no matter how much water you have in a given year or not, you still have to cover your fixed costs. And so you're going to have these giant peaks and valleys, which I think is what we're trying to fix by doing it this way, so that we at least collect some consistent revenue every year so that we can cover, like the salaries aren't going to change if you get less water, right?
Right.
And your capital, your truck that's in there and your water main breaks when you're paying for overtime isn't going to change. So I think by going to this model, we're trying to reduce the, I'm not thinking of the right word,
variability?
the variability and the risk of dipping below. So that's why this was initially put on the table, so that we could try to create a more sustainable revenue source, so at least we have something that's predictable. Because if everything's in the water, it's totally dependent on if it rains or not.
Yeah.
And then you're still a year behind on when you collect it, and so you're still working all over the place. So I actually would not agree with what you're proposing because of that reason.
Okay, I understand the point. Is there a combination?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
Yeah, and just to say just one more thing about it, it is very common these days that communities have base charges in place. And it's because you have costs that are going to be there regardless of how much water gets used. So it's good to have a focus on making sure you recover at least those costs.
And so even if you don't use that much water, you still are using water, and there still is a cost to provide that water that you've got to contribute to. So I think, Sam, I'm convinced that we.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of like the electric utilities. You got the distribution charge and the
Yep,
electrical charge.
exactly.
Raw electricity charge, so.
Next slide, please. So keep in mind, this is the tier-based option, and it also involves an updated base charge. So I already mentioned the fixed cost. There in the top left is what we focused on. The FY24 number was 624,000-ish. Then going downward, we talk about the methodology that was used. I don't feel like we need to get into it too much right now, but we can if you want. And then the table on the right has the calculations that we use to determine the base charge. The second rightmost column is the yearly amount that we have for each of the meter sizes, which are listed in the leftmost column. And then the quarterly amount, the per bill amount, is in the rightmost column. And one thing that we were focused on as we move forward, well, not necessarily focused on, it just was nice how it kind of worked out this way, is that the base charges for the smallest meter sizes, the 5/8 inch for both the regular charges and the seniors, I think were very similar to what they are charged today. So that was nice how that kind of worked out.
Most of the meters are 5/8, or is?
Yeah, we have the number of meters right there. That's the third column in this table. So 5/8 inch non-senior is about 1,800. With the seniors, that's about 750. So that accounts for what?
Okay.
That's 2/3. No, my math's terrible. That's 3/4 of your total, I think. Next slide, please. All right, so here's an updated tier structure. And we did a few iterations on this, meaning we ran a few, we weren't quite sure we liked it, we did a few tweaks. This is what we settled on as the option that made the most sense to us. So the top left table has the updated tier structure, and again, this is just a recommended tier structure. You can see a very low flow base rate in Tier 1, 2.5, $2.50, and also the tier goes up to 1,000. So that would also be a change here. I think it's $7.50. It is $7.50 today. And then I think I should have this in front of me so I don't say anything incorrect. But the rates for tiers 2, 3, and 4 are the same as what they are today. So the only real change would be the tier structure itself, because Tier 1 is 0 to 750 today. Tier 2, 750 to 3,000. And then it goes from 3,000 to 10,000. So there's a big change in Tier 3 from what it is today. By lowering the end of Tier 3, what that means is users get into Tier 4 more quickly than they do today, because they would need to use over 10,000 cubic feet per quarter, or I guess per month, in order for the monthly accounts, in order to get to Tier 4. And as you can clearly see, a Tier 4 rate is well above the other rates. So the updated base charge is on the right. And yeah, this is what we settled on. We thought this structure made a lot of sense for this town. And just so everyone's aware, in working with other communities, this type of tier structure with the tier breaks where they are, or at least in the ballpark of where they are, is more common than what we saw, what the current structure is. The 10,000 break is really high for a community of Southborough size for Tier 3.
Which was reflected in the fact that 4% fall in it, not very much, so,
Yeah.
okay.
Has
Yeah,
the right
that's a good-
pressure on conservation as well, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So if we want to focus on conservation, you change the tier structure, this would have more of an impact on people. And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it would have an impact on how they behave, but in theory it would, because they'd want to stay out of some of these higher tiers.
So this really does do that, because now every single cubic foot that you use is going to be billed. And so therefore, this should encourage more conservation than the 0 through 750, where it doesn't matter what you use in there, you're going to pay the same.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. You're right. It's hard for a household of anywhere from like 2 to 5 people to stay out of Tier 2, but yes,
Yeah.
in theory, you're right.
It's your point, you make it right there, all I'm doing is repeating your
Oh,
point.
thank
So
you.
there it is.
Brilliant point.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's an excellent point, yeah. Okay, so here are the updated numbers. I remember, actually I have it in front of me. Tier 2, with the current structure, 64% of bills was in Tier 2. Now it's down to under 50%. The Tier 3 percentage is similar, but Tier 4 is almost tripled, almost more doubled, 2.5 times as much as it is today. 3.4%, then it's up to 9.7. But another thing to keep in mind as you look at these numbers reflect the 5 monthlies moving to quarterly. So when we're looking at what tier they get into, it's going to be a little bit different than what they have today. They're going to get up to that Tier 4 more quickly, even without a tier structure change.
But we did compare some of those users' bills to say, okay, if you took the whole quarter, which would also include the base charge 3 times, it actually was pretty close to what they would pay with a one base charge per quarter and only paying quarterly and flipping into a higher tier.
Yes, thank you for adding that. Yeah, so the flow-based rate, they would be paying a lot more, but if they go quarterly, they're paying, it's going to do bad math, eight less meter charges than they do today. So it does kind of flush out. Of course, there are exceptions to that, but yes, from looking at that, it was interesting how it ended up being pretty similar. But from my perspective, with the work that I do, it makes a ton of sense for there to be uniformity amongst all the accounts. It doesn't make sense to me why you would have accounts that are monthly versus quarterly, but if you were to have monthly accounts, at least they should have a tier structure that is focused on their monthly usage rather than quarterly usage. So if you do end up keeping the monthly accounts the way that they are, I would recommend that maybe there's a conversation on what their tier structure should be, because it shouldn't.
I don't know why we would do that.
We should.
Yeah.
I
Does anybody
think-
see any wisdom to keeping 50 accounts on a monthly billing?
Well, we
and
don't even
everything
know why.
Who they
No, there's
are.
no,
Why it
no rhyme or
started in
reason
the
we
first
can think
place.
of, yeah.
So I think it was just missed when we did some sort of update years ago, like a long time ago.
2007, 8 is when we
Okay.
did this tiered approach.
So I think it
So-
was missed then.
Yeah.
So we ought to look and understand who those are and what this impact might be.
We have a,
on them. So-
we have a list of, Matt has a list of who they are. And once this is all said and done, the DPW staff will be reaching out to
Good.
those addresses to make sure that they understand that this is going to be changing.
Good. Okay.
Okay, I think we can move on to the next slide. And this is the same slide that I had up for option one, just showing you how the financials get updated similarly, and you can also see the graph is better, but it's trending downward even in this case. So what we did, if this were to be implemented, it means year one, which would be FY24, there would be the tier changes as described, there would be the base charge changes as described, but then we still need to complete the 5-year look. So we had a rate increase year over year of 3% that produces the numbers that you're seeing here. So that would be 3% annually FY25 to 28, and that would also be a 3% base charge increase FY25 to FY28. And here are your projections for you. They still show deficits in every year, and initially I wanted to try to avoid that, but I was okay with it under the theory that this is something that will get looked at, presumably, again, over the next few years, and adjustments can be made then if necessary. And also the bottom table, I forgot to mention this on the other slide, but we have the calculated bills for each of these users. We have just a sample that we thought made sense, just so you can see what the difference in the bills are based on this option. There's also option one you could look at too if you wanted to.
Okay, so this is what option 2 would look like, right? If we spread the $600,000 over all the users, right, as a base charge, get rid of that first $750, change the tiers to the $1,000, $2,000, $3,000.
Yep, 1,000, break one would be 1,000, then it's 2,500, then it's 5,000. And then tier 4 would be 5,000 and up. But yes, that would be the year one change, as you just described, with the rates as I showed them earlier, which has the same rates in tiers 2 through 4 as today, but it would have a flow-based rate in tier 1 that was $2.50. And as you can see, so consider the comp to the option 1. This is more of a short-term, a significant change in the short term with less changes in the subsequent years. So that's why the retained earnings balance and the projection starts out so high, and then it kind of works its way down as you move forward. It was a little bit different with option 1. I don't think the year 1 results were quite as high, which is why we had 7.5% in the subsequent years. Here it's 3%.
Okay, say that again.
Yeah, so I'm just comparing the year 1 impact between option 1 and option 2. So option 2, a lot's happening in year 1, FY24. You got the tier changes. There's some revenue changes associated with that, the flow-based rate, the base charges, a lot going on. We're projecting revenues to come in higher for option 2 than they would for option 1, what we had for FY '24. So because they're higher in year 1, that means you wouldn't need rate increases quite as high in the subsequent years. So we have them as 3% here, FY '25 through '28, whereas option 1, we have 7.5 per year.
So year 1 is going to jump.
A lot.
Bills are going to jump, right?
Yes, definitely.
And then calm down,
It's a significant change.
right?
Yep.
And I don't understand what the bill's going to change. I understand the 18.4 and the 3, but what do you think the average bill is? Does it matter what the average bill is?
It's on the screen.
Yeah, average residential 5/8.
Where do I see it? Oh, sorry.
Bottom chart there, yeah.
So we have calculated that, so we have a large billing file. You can't just take the current bill and multiply it by an increase if you're changing the tiers. So
Okay.
there's a calculation that takes place based on the new tier structure, and that's the projected bill for a 5/8 inch user.
And,
Okay, so
and
it
these are
jumps,
just.
then it calms down.
Yep. But these are specific examples, not, like, you can't say if you're an average residential at 5/8 that you're gonna go up $17 in FY '24. Because that's specific to your usage and the current tier that you have versus the tier that you would go to.
These are quarterly bills, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So Chelsea, why can't I say, I know I pay $27.59 right now if I use 500, and if I
Yeah.
do option
So-
2, I'm going to end up paying $40.96. Why-
So that's, I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out that that is an actual number for the usage. That's not all the low-end seniors are gonna be paying $40.96.
It's based on the 500 number.
Right. no, I
Yeah,
get that.
it's just, yeah.
So now, have you talked to John Butler, I believe, as far as this goes?
I have not talked directly to him. There were emails that were exchanged
So he
through
wants to come
town
over
staff.
and say something. I'm going to let him come over because he is the one in 2007 and 8 that did the study that resulted in our tiered rates. So
Okay.
he understands this
Yeah.
really well. So can you bring him over? John, can you hear us?
Now can you hear me?
Now we can. You were on mute, so now we can.
Okay, so I can start some video also here, I guess. Okay, so I can shed light on a few things here that have come up in the conversation. Historically, first of all, the town did assume responsibility, and I'm not sure, I haven't stayed on top of all of these details, but assumed responsibility for the cost of the connection from the street-based main to the meter and the meter itself. And the meter size determined the size of the pipe going to the street. So one of the historical reasons why there were larger charges is that the town owned a bigger pipe and a bigger meter, and it cost more for the town to put those in or to replace them potentially. So now, today, if you have a larger meter and the pipe fails to the street, honestly, I don't know who is responsible anymore, but I think the town still does cover it, as far as I know. But historically,
Yes.
that's the reason why there was larger charges for bigger meters. They meant bigger pipes, and bigger pipes cost more money. The other thing is that the monthly charges being on the same schedule is a mistake. I can explain how that happened. The biggest change that we've made over any long period of time was in 2008 when we went to what came to be called conservation rates. And before that, if you had a monthly, and the monthlies were mostly larger users, before that, rates declined the more you used. So if you were getting, if you were moving through the rate tiers every month rather than every quarter, you moved more slowly through the rate tiers, and therefore you got lower rates. It was harder to reach the lower rates if you were on a monthly. When that was changed, the tiers were supposed to change to divide by 3. I learn now that that never happened. I mean, it was recommended at the time when we switched it to the opposite direction, so that if they used more, the higher they went, you were supposed to be able, the tiers were supposed to be divided by 3 for those users, and apparently it never happened.
Okay, so we get that, we get why that should have happened, but why did we keep 50 bills on monthly? What was the reason for it?
Why they were on monthly to begin with, why when I first looked at it in 2007 or 8, they were on monthly, I don't know. I think at the time, Karen said that those were some of the larger users, and they were billed monthly because if somebody is going to be charged more, you want to collect your money more often. But but the ones who were monthly might have, and were once upon a time higher, may have become lower over the many years that have gone by and no one's looked at it. In any case, when it was changed, when the tier structure was inverted, the monthly tiers were supposed to be divided by 3, and apparently that never happened.
Okay, so we agree it never happened.
It's crazy. The current structure doesn't make any sense.
Water under the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are definitely, I think, going in the direction of we're going to quarterly bills for
Okay, so
everybody.
the next point I would make would be one that the lowest tier users are using remarkably little water. So the Mass DEP has a recommendation for water usage and per capita, and the lowest users, the under 750, are on any measure using 38% of the recommended conservation number from DEP. So for a household to use under 750 in a quarter is 38% of the DEP target conservation number. So they are very, very low. Even if you assume those are that they aren't 2.5 average resident households, if you multiply the 38% by 2.8, they are still at the DEP. They're slightly below the DEP recommended number. So those people, no matter how you look at it or what their average household size is, those people are the ones in the town who are doing the best job of conservation today. So I would also, so I just want to point out how little water they are using. Very, very little, well below the DEP targets, whereas the town as a whole is slightly above the DEP targets on average. But the reason we don't do as well as we do on average is because of those folks. Now, the other thing I would just point out on this slide that's up here right now is that under this option 2, the largest increases are those who are doing very well from a conservation viewpoint. If you look at the current bill column, that's in front of you, and compare that to the FY24, and granted Ms. Malinowski's point that these are at particular usage levels, but one has to pick some level to run the calculation. So the highest percentage increase, if we were to implement option 2, is the senior at 500. Now, 500, by the way, is just slightly above the median of the under 750 users in actual. So that's a pretty good number. About 425, 430 was the median for under 750. I had that number because of the Hopkinton study. I had the full billing database and happened to look at it. But so the thing that I find a little disturbing about the option 2 here as it's laid out is that as you go up the usage column here, the percentage increases decline. The highest percentage increases on the senior household that is using an admirably low amount of water. 40/96 divided by 27 is like 48%, if I got in my, just from memory. Whereas the average at 2,600 is just a few percentage points. So I don't know that you want to, if you just take a top level policy viewpoint, you got to raise some more money. Do you want to have it biased towards the percentage increase being largest for the lowest volume users and least for the high volume users? particularly when the lowest volume users we know are basically doing a great job in terms of water conservation. So I would just raise that fundamental question about option 2.
So did you
Why-
hear what we said, though, as far as why we think option 2 may be the better choice we have tonight?
Well-
Yes, percentage-wise, we agree, but absolute dollar-wise, it's still pretty small. Absolute dollar-wise, the higher end are paying much more. But the philosophy with this one is we are going to recover the fixed cost through this meter charge, period, whether you use 0 or 10,000. And then from there on, we've got a new series of tiers that do reward those that don't use much water. So they're going to continue to get rewarded. Yes, it's a higher percentage off the bat, but absolute dollars, it's not that big.
Well, I mean, so just from my personal value space here is that I wouldn't I wouldn't have the biggest percentage increase on the low usage seniors. I mean, and I would figure out if you want to hit those objectives, you can hit them some other way, I'm sure. It doesn't have to be that these, you could adjust the lowest tier usage rates, for example. I mean, there are a variety of ways of doing it, but I don't see why, personally speaking, the highest increase needs to come from the lowest volume users as a percentage. I mean,
Okay.
Now, I haven't run new numbers to try to figure out how you rejigger this, but.
All right, so we just got to keep going. So we get your
That's fine.
point. There are things we can do. We could not recover all the fixed costs. We could recover half the fixed costs with the meter charge. So we agree there's ways to do this to make that impact, the percentage impact on the lower ends better. So, okay, anything else you want to point out
No.
before we keep going?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's Mr. Butler. Okay. So keep going.
Oh, this is the last slide. So the next slide is just a thank you slide. So
Okay.
we've gone through all the material. So happy to take any questions, or we can talk about some of the numbers more deeply, whatever approach you want to take from here.
Well, I think we need to start with what John just pointed out.
Yeah.
Is everybody comfortable with the percentage increase with option 2? Doing exactly what Matt's proposed here, going from 28 to 40, that's 12 over 28, so that's a big increase compared to the high-end
Yeah.
number 2 that's going to go from 363 to 425, which is not even, well, it is a little bit over 10%. So I can't do the percents in my head, but the percentage down there is lower than up there.
Yep.
Absolute dollars, much higher down below than up there. So is everybody comfortable with this, or would you want to see Matt run a couple more scenarios where we try to make that increase at the lower end lower and the increase therefore in the higher end higher to,
Yeah, I'd like to see that, yeah.
okay.
I would.
Okay, so Matt, what if we do this? What if we recover 2/3 of the fixed cost with the meter charge? Everybody can help here as far as the choices you want to see. 2/3, right? Instead of 100%?
Or shift it from the
so
low end to the higher.
I would rather us see do a lower
tier
meter charge.
That leads to a lower meter charge.
I'm sorry, a lower water charge for
So
the
you wanna
first
lower
tier.
the tier.
Here's the reason why. And I've spent a few hours with Matt going through a bunch of these scenarios already. And I think one of the challenges is if you mess with that meter charge, you're really gonna struggle with being able to cover your costs, and you're just gonna add that more fluidity to it.
So I said 2/3. I didn't say take it away.
No, I
Can
know.
you go back to what you're proposing on tier charges as far as option 2, so we can see what we could do? with
Right,
those?
it might be the prior slide.
I'm
So-
sorry. Yeah,
so
you're doing the slides. Go
just,
back to the previous one.
I just want to make sure everyone's aware. So the right table here has the proposed meter charges based on the numbers that we ran. The charges today for the 5/8 inch seniors is $27.59. So it's a very similar charge to what it is today. It's just slightly higher. But the reason why there's the big jump is not because of the meter charge. It's because they all of a sudden are paying for a flow-based rate that they're not paying for today.
Right. they're getting they're paying the meter charge period and no flow. Okay, can we still go look at what the rates are on tier 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Prior slide.
Yeah, but Chelsea, you're suggesting change the water rate.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to get to. You see, look,
Yeah.
so this is what she's saying do. Lower tier 1 from 250 to something, and then increase tier 2, 3, 4 to make up for what you lower the 250. Right, Chelsea?
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds interesting,
Yep.
so, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Based on this structure and based on the 500 cubic feet example, that user would pay $12.50 in flow-based rate.
Okay.
So if that were to be lowered in like half, it would be half that amount. So if you did a 125, for example,
Yep.
it would go from 12.50 to half of that.
And that takes a big hunk out of the increase there.
So
Right, but then we'd have to find another way to recover
right.
those costs.
So can
Yeah.
you solve for having that increase? Now, can we go back to the, I think, 13th slide?
12.
Sorry, 12.
Can you rebalance the?
Yeah, so
meter
instead of
charge?
going from 20,
Everybody's similar.
can we keep that 27.59, the first two, right? Why do we have 3? Low and
Because
senior.
one's a senior. Seniors get 25% off.
All right, okay, so can we keep that first low end for all 3 of those to a percent increase? Let's pick one, 5%, 7.5%, and then solve so that you make up for it with the rest of them?
Push the rest into the other tiers proportionally
So
somehow.
pick where we want to end up
Essentially-
with. Pick where we want to end up with as far as. the
Anyone
low end.
average and above would
If
pay
everybody wants
more.
to do this, I can't tell if this is what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm on board for it.
So is everybody wanting to try to mitigate the impact on the low end?
Yep.
And just to be clear, we started off at $3.50 for tier 1, so we came down $1 already. So there's been a lot of back and forth on this to try to find a palatable solution, but understanding that right now they're not paying for water, and we're bringing in people who are using $7.50 to $1,000 to tier 1 that were paying tier 2 before.
Right.
So
And as John pointed
Yeah,
out,
good
1,000 is still low compared with.
Yeah,
what-
1,000 is
right?
low
So they,
usage.
that's okay to reward the extra 250. But if we start just saying, oh, go 125 or go 150, whatever, on that first tier, you don't know what you're going to get to. If you say instead, we know what we want to get to here and get us there by adjusting the tier rates on 2, 3, and 4, it might be the better approach.
Okay.
But I'm looking at you.
So what I'm
You're the
hearing
expert.
is lower tier 1 rate,
Yep.
higher rates in tiers 2 through 4.
Yeah, and lower it so that the increase on those lower end users is only, pick the number, 5% the first year,
I think we need more than that.
7, 10?
10.
Okay,
Maybe.
10? Because right now, it's a lot.
I just did the math, it's like
30-something, 30-something, yeah.
But the way this works is that the first year, there's a big jump, right?
Yeah. And then it's not so much, I agree, from that point on. But if we do this so that that big jump the first year is not so much for those, and then it gets pushed down.
And then, again, you can take more increase than out years to keep the average increase per year fairly stable. So, again, take some out of the first year and
Yeah, that's
there's
a good
not
point.
as much
Doesn't all have to
increase
take
in
place in
the
year
out
1.
years.
Yeah.
So spread some of the first year across the out years.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
I mean, another variable, right, that you could adjust is this is all for a targeted retained earnings of 20%.
Yeah, what do we get from 15%, for example? Does that
Yeah.
buy us much
But
Be
relief?
careful,
think-
not on
So
this
that's-
one. Look at what he's got up here, look at the bottom line here.
Yeah, I
It gets down to 17 on this one.
No, just the train of thought, I think, was that, the whole exercise is to try to bolster things in the first couple years, so there's some cushion on the out years, right?
I also think that we have a original Newton Street project number in there, and I think it's less than what we originally had projected.
That's
So
true.
maybe we should actually take the actual number for that and change the capital debt on Newton Street.
Okay.
You probably don't have that number,
But we can
I
get him
don't
that
know.
number.
so we can send that to you.
So
Sure.
Matt, will you have time to do this over the next few days?
Few
'Cause we meet-
days.
Yeah, because we meet next Tuesday. And this is the last time this board will be able to meet to vote on this unless we have a special meeting before May 9th. Hold on just a minute. No, she's right here. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Bonnie, come on up.
I really hate asking this question because I have a private well. I assume the numbers are based on today's numbers as far as usage goes, that you're basing the numbers on and inflating them. What happens if large institutions or businesses split their cost and put in wells?
Less revenue from those accounts.
But we did build, this is conservative, so we do have, Matt has a cushion built into this, so that, I mean, I don't know what the impact of that would be, Bonnie, but,
I wouldn't know what the impact of it would be either, but
Well, that's another argument for what Chelsea's saying, which is cover your fixed costs with a meter charge so that if things like that happen, you at least know you've got that covered. And then your biggest variable cost is your cost of the water. And if they're buying, if we're having to buy less, then that should take care
All
of
right,
it.
and the second question is, do we have any idea what the build-out in the town would be as far as housing?
Yeah, we had about 800 buildable lots a few years ago, the planning board numbers. Many of those are challenging sites.
Right.
But if it's worth enough money, people find ways to build on those sites. But that is one element. And then we've got things like Park Central and some other potential projects there that could make a change as well.
I was just more concerned about splitting the cost for large institutions or businesses.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 10:10, we still got a lot to do. He hasn't said whether he can get this done in a few days. So assuming he can, we need to give him the scenarios we want him to run so we can make a decision next Tuesday. So we agreed we want to bring down the increase in those first three we see here, right? The lower tier.
Right.
Everybody agree?
I think we should look at it. I don't know that we're ready to say that's what we should do because we don't know what the impact is on everything else yet.
All right, so we want to see a scenario where we bring it down and see what it does to everybody else, right?
It's going to be difficult for that first user to get down to 10%. I just don't know how that's possible if you keep the updated service charge in place.
Do what you can then.
Well, because your base charge for a senior is $28.46. So how are we going to get the bill?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, you're already at $28.46. You're already over a 10%
That's why I said
increase.
if you do 2/3 of the fixed costs, cover those, that's the only way. That base charge has got to come down.
But your base charge is the majority, the 5/8 is the majority of your users. And that everybody, whether you're a low end, an average, or a high, you're using that 5/8.
So that will take a sizable hunk of that cost and spread across the other users.
Okay, so let me ask this again. It's everybody nodding. We want to try to mitigate the impact on the low end, not go from 27.59 to 40.96, which is a 37% increase in year one. Do we agree we want to try to mitigate that?
I do.
I think it makes sense to try, but just, I think like the 10% number seems kind of artificial that we were.
Okay, so how about this? Again, it's 10:10. What if you guys empower Chelsea and I to get together very quickly with some scenarios we can get to Matt very quickly that he can run, that we bring back, get them to you before next Tuesday so you can look at them as things that might be plausible ways to reduce that 40.96 to something else.
Sounds good.
Okay? Because we're going to sit here and go, well, what about this? And Matt's going, what do you want me to do? So I think if it's more directed what we ask him to do, okay? Chelsea's looked at this very closely. I've looked at it closely, so I think we could do this pretty quick as far as.
And maybe it doesn't work, but let's look at it.
Yeah, well, we can give you something else to look at, and then you can make a decision, yeah.
I will say this, and I don't know how much it helps. The state of Massachusetts gives seniors a break on their state income tax, if they pay income tax, based on their water bill and their real estate taxes. They don't want but a certain percentage of those two bills to be a percent of their income. So there's a credit you can get for a water bill, and the more the water bill is, the more credit you're going to get. So there's probably a little bit of relief for seniors on some of them, as far as that goes. Okay. Everybody agree as far as the plan goes?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so now, Matt, if Chelsea and I were to get back to you by tomorrow's Wednesday, end of day tomorrow with what we want you to run, is that possible?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And just
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
to be clear,
Hold on.
so I would be expected back here Tuesday night?
If you don't mind.
Okay.
It's just, if we don't, Chelsea and Lisa are not running for reelection, they're running for something else, so they're not going to be on select board after May 9th.
Okay.
And we've gone this far to then reintroduce us again and push us back more. I think it's not fair to those two. I think they want to weigh in on this, and not necessarily fair to the two incoming to have to kind of start all over and get up to speed on this.
So,
Plus, we need to communicate what's going to happen to the public.
Yeah,
Get it
soon.
in the bills soon.
And we want to be ready. We've got a new DPW superintendent coming in on July 24th. We want to be ready for him so that this is done, right? And, you know, he's part of the process to implement it. Okay.
You gonna say something?
yeah, this is just a general thought here. So where, you know, you're running these numbers, then you're making these projections like 5 years out. Is it the case that you implement the new tier structure, so that starts to change people's behavior, and then it just, you know, changes usage patterns in a way to throw off your projections a little
It's
bit?
very possible. It is, we are making the assumption that people wouldn't change their patterns when we run these numbers.
So it's like the whole exercise is really making like a big change. A new system will have a big change in the first year, so there'll be like a shock a little bit, and the
Yeah.
bills will go up. But then, by doing that, you've then got a little bit of flexibility to start to adjust things in the out years if things changed.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
can always reevaluate, yeah.
Matt, what do you consider variable besides the actual water we buy?
What do I consider variable
Yeah.
besides what are you?
Anything big?
I mean, electricity for pumping.
Okay, there's one, yeah. Anything else big? So it's mostly fixed besides the cost of the water.
Yeah, it is mostly fixed, yeah. But we don't have all the fixed costs as part of that service charge, because that would make the service charge quite
Really
large.
big. Okay, so you put some of them in there, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay,
so your
so-
2/3 is probably.
Okay, so 2/3 is
Probably
not even, so it's not even the whole thing in there, right? Okay, all right, I get it. So is that good enough for you?
Yeah, I'm good if you guys are, yeah.
I think that works,
So
so that we can try to make a
This is
decision.
setting up so the next meeting we'll be able to make a decision.
Yeah,
Just kind of
that's-
brings that down a little bit, but we've got a consensus
Yep. To try to vote.
to follow the option 2 as opposed to just 7.5%, 7.5%, 7.5%.
Mr. Butler, are you back?
I'm here.
Hello.
Yeah, I think fine. I think you've got a good direction. I think that it makes sense, the direction you're giving.
And you know, we haven't factored in any impact of Hopkinton in this. That's another cushion.
Yes, I think
Cushion.
about Hopkinton, I did discuss that with Carla McAuliffe 2 months ago or so, and we said, in terms of the operating side of this and the calculations of the operating costs and retained revenues associated with that, it doesn't make sense yet. But if you are going to put in some capital costs that are higher for some projects that you've done, like Newton Street, it probably does make sense, if you're going to make that adjustment, to also figure that the presidential pipeline extension is going to, we're not going to pay for that. I think that's pretty clear. So if you're going to make some adjustments on the capital side, you could do both of those. On the operating side, I wouldn't do anything with Hopkinton yet. We just don't know enough yet.
Agree. So we'll get you, so we'll tell you in the next 24 hours what to do with the debt, too. We'll get Newton clarified.
Yeah.
Newton Street clarified, and we'll probably tell you to take out presidential.
But we don't have a signed IMA yet, right?
No,
So,
but that's been agreed to.
yeah, but I'm not, I don't think we should take it out of
We'll
these
do it
numbers
both
yet.
ways. We'll do it
Okay.
both ways, okay? All right. Okay. So I think we're done as far as this goes tonight, and we will see you next Tuesday.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, what time would that be?
Well, we'll do whatever suits you.
Okay, can I get back to you on that then?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, good night.
Night.
Okay, let's go quickly now.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, go ahead. No more than 5.
Recording stopped.
All right, we're back in session at 10:22. All right, let's fly through reports and consent agenda. Okay, chair's report, I've got 3 things. And the good news is, we have all signed the new contract for Bill Cundiff tonight to be our new DPW superintendent as of July 24th. So I'm just letting the public know that. We'll get the contract released so that people can see the details, but we're all pretty excited about the whole thing and really looking forward to having him on board. And I think he is too, so I think it's a good situation for everybody. So there's that. The park. So the park, remember, is going in parallel paths. We've got the park itself, then we've got the land swap and finishing the road. So I think we're in good shape. Andrew, chime in if you know something I don't know. VHB has promised the engineering design report by May 1st, which should give, and then so it will go directly to planning board and directly to the working group, right? Working group has 1 meeting to suggest any tweaks, changes, whatever, to finalize that. Planning board will then be working on the major site plan review to get that finished. But in the meantime, the road swap, or the land swap is going on. Jay and Mark are working on the details. We've got the appraiser hired. He's doing his work. So there's details to be worked out to get to the point we can actually literally swap the land, get the deeds done, because we cannot work on the road till we have deeds filed. We've actually got to own the land, right? E.H. Perkins, the reason this is important, E.H. Perkins has already called us. They're on the way back. So they're coming in a little bit earlier than they thought. They've got other things to do first, though, so that's why we've got to keep pushing this and get it done, so that we're ready for them to do the road work when they get the other stuff done. So they'll do the other stuff first, Cordova Road, rest of Main Street, and then turn to that, but we got to be ready for them. So I think that things are going like they should, and that the focus that it needs is being done. Okay. Andrew, anything you want to add to that? No. Okay. All right, Margaret, have you got your meeting set for the working group?
No. Greg Russell is on vacation, so we are waiting on him to get back. I've talked to everybody on the working group. We're all ready to go whenever, and we'll fit it in. It's an hour and a half, 2 hours, so we'll just get it done.
Well, he's told us on May 1st, which is next Monday, he will have the engineering drawings. So my guess is he had a lot of it done before he left on vacation, I hope.
Yeah,
So
I think he said he would be back in the office the 28th or the 27th.
Okay,
which
so-
is really cutting it close, but short of like going to his house and knocking on his door, I don't know what else I can do.
He clearly said May 1st, he promised. Okay,
Yeah,
all
okay.
right, so let's, okay, last thing is remember last meeting, we did talk about what needs to be done now to go forward with reducing the voting age to 17. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that Mark's got the language, he's ready to go, he's ready to submit it, so there's no further vote to be taken here. We agreed we're going to do this. So I just want you to know that's about to go forward as far as submitting that to Kate to take it forward to the legislature. Okay? All right? Everybody's okay with that one? Okay. All right. Master Plan Implementation Committee update. Sam?
That was mine, thank you. As folks may know, I'm now on the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Thank you very much, Lisa.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate your passing the baton to me. Very exciting. This year, this time for the master plan, as opposed to the last master plan in 2008, we actually have a structure in place to follow up, but there was unfortunately not a whole lot of follow-up on the 2008 version. So we've got now something like 200 implementation steps, which is a huge number. And the committee, Debbie DeMurray was recently elected chair of the implementation committee from her position on the planning board. And so the challenge here is to figure out a way to actually make things happen. And we discussed it at our meeting, and it seems like it makes sense to actually set some guidelines, priorities for those 200 steps. We're probably not going to do all of them, certainly. But given that the planning board sort of owns the master plan and the select board controls the budget to a large extent, it seemed to make sense for those two groups to sit down and figure out, can we set some general priorities and say, these are the areas that we want to focus on, and at least in the near term over the next year or two, and figure out how to focus our efforts in those directions and accelerate progress on some important things that we collectively agree on, as opposed to smearing our efforts all across 200 and hoping that things get done. And so Debbie made that comment at the planning board meeting last night, and I think there was general support for the concept. And I guess my pitch is that it would be useful to get consensus, if we think that's appropriate as well, to think about a discussion at some point in the relatively near future with the planning board to say, how are we going to set those parameters? One thing, we actually have a head start on some of that. We did our goal setting last summer and have some issues on that list that might serve as a starting point for us or others as the group feels are important. So that's the concept. If folks want to see the details of all 200, it's in the planning board information packet from last night's meeting. I didn't want to put it in our packet because it's a lot of material. So, and we will post that going forward. We're going to have semi-annual updates available, and kudos to Judith Watson particularly, who's been sort of the motive power for a lot of this to make the administrative side work and organized. And so she's added a huge amount of structure there. It'll make it much easier to track and report on progress. So I think we've got a great structure in place, and I will at some point propose a joint meeting with the planning board to talk about this. So.
All right, so that ball's in your court,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
To do that?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Is that it? Sam?
What?
Is that it?
That's
Okay.
it for that one, yes.
Andrew?
Yes, so I just wanted to report on the fact that a couple of weeks ago, I had reached out to Paul Sabelli asking about a number which is relevant to the zoning bylaw. In the zoning bylaw, there's a cap on the number of accessory apartments that can be permitted at any given time, and it is based, you have to get at that formula, you have to keep track of the total number of accessory apartments that have been permitted over time. And so it turns out that at a certain point over time, the town had kind of lost track of what was the number of this. So Paul and Lara Davis, and also town planner, and then our former building inspector all kind of collaborated and worked together to find out and made progress in finding out what's actually the correct number. It was interesting because it shows that we're not, Sam, I think you agree, we're not close to hitting the.
Not even close, no danger of overshooting.
Yeah, so this is relevant because one of the recommendations of the strategic plan for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was potentially removing that cap that's in the existing zoning bylaw. Well, we're not even close to hitting it, but I just wanted to thank Paul and Lara for working together, and it's kind of yeoman's work of going through old annual reports and finding out what was the total number of accessory apartments that were permitted by the ZBA like a long time ago. So I just wanted to recognize their efforts.
So we have the number now, and we can keep it up to date.
Yes.
So our building inspector, our new one, started on Monday? Yesterday. Today's Tuesday, yeah, yesterday. So we should make sure he is aware of that effort, because he's the one that really, I would think, needs to track it. He's the one that's.
Yeah, and allegedly, there are accessory apartments out there that we don't know about. So I think part of the effort is to establish what we think is the number, and then have the building zoning staff alert if they run across something that's out there. Let's make sure we update the list at that point. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that a lot of those count as affordable units?
Some of them count under the subsidized housing inventory, DHCD,
Yeah.
as 40B kind of, but it's complicated. It's not automatic. And so I can't remember all the details, but you ought to watch that and get qualified whatever you can of those, certainly.
Because, if Park Central goes through, that's 50, right? And we think we need 66 right now.
Yep.
So if we had 16 accessory apartments out there that hadn't been counted that qualify,
Yep.
then we're there. So we definitely should look at it,
Yep.
right?
Might be worth building 16 accessory apartments.
I know someone's house. Sammy, just add them to you. How's that?
That's right, okay. Got it.
I just have one.
I'll take two.
Yeah, do you mind? So just wanted to give the board an update that I've been working with a group of students at Trotter on them running some ideas by me on their civics project, which you have to do in 8th grade. And it's been a great experience. They're extremely eager and intelligent, and they actually presented at Capital Planning last night. So if you get a chance, you should definitely watch it. They're doing it on sidewalks. And so it's good timing because capital planning's taking up planning for sidewalks. So they did a great job public speaking and engaging with the committee, and it was great to watch them present in a public meeting for the first time. So kudos to them for doing a great job.
I saw that, and it was actually pretty impressive.
Is that it, Chelsea? Yep. All right, no town administrator report because he's not here. Okay, consent agenda. Anyone want to hold the minutes on A?
Yep, small item.
Okay, B?
Yes.
C? D?
Yeah.
E? F? G? H? I? J? Yes. Okay, so we held A, B, D, E, and J. Am I right? Why do we didn't hold D, right? So it's A, B.
I held D. Chelsea.
Oh, you did hold D. Okay, so A, B, D, E, J. Everybody agree?
Yep. Held.
Yep, that's what it has. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve C, F, G, H, and I.
Second?
All in favor? Okay. A, minutes. Sam?
325, no comments. 410, I would, line 12, 13, I would suggest that Lisa's absence be described in the same way as it is other things. As a recusal, it said here that she had a conflict, but I think it's more accurate to report the recusal as it's noted in the other minutes.
Okay.
And in 417, line 14, the vote was actually 4-0 instead of 3-0. And that's it for me.
All right, so you're okay with the 18th?
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else on
Wait,
minutes?
So I think on the 18th, I left.
You did, I agree.
So it was 3-0, but I didn't vote. I
You did leave.
right?
Yeah.
This was the morning, the
Yeah.
18th?
Yeah,
So I think you
3:30.
need to say that
Okay.
I left the meeting.
Okay.
Yep, that's right, last Tuesday, yep, I did leave.
Yeah, I was looking at the attendees there and counted.
Yeah.
so-
She did
Yep.
leave.
So you need to take Malinowski I out and put before that I left, 2 minutes before you voted, or a minute before you voted.
Okay, everybody agrees?
Yep, good.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the,
Can you just separate the March 25th from the 2 Aprils? Because I didn't participate.
March 25th is town meeting.
Oh, yeah, no, can you separate March 25th because I participated in that? I didn't on April 10th or April 18th.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, first of all, to approve the March 25th, 2023 minutes as written.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All right, that was done.
Yeah.
Now, I make a motion to approve April 10th and April 18th as amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so Lisa's not voting on those two, so that's 4-0-1.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, next one is to approve the authorization to spend DPW funds for golf course safety issue. Chelsea, you held that one?
I held this one because I wanted to be specific in the vote, given that the memo that follows this talks about shifts in the DPW budget due to overages. So I thought it would be a good idea to, I'm in support of doing this, but I think we should wait until we know, I think we can vote on it being contingent of having enough revenue in the revolving account for golf. And if there isn't, then if there's surplus in the DPW budget, to use that. I would rather it come out of the revolving account than the budget.
Okay, so we can do it that way, but we still want to go ahead and get the fence done.
I agree, yeah. But I think you have, so I talked to Mark earlier today to make sure that if we waited until we knew if there was funds in the revolving account, that we could wait until then, and he said yes.
Mhm.
Everybody follow me? Sorry, that was jumbled because I'm tired.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to move that then.
Well, if
Second.
you're good, you just might as well move, let's just take it out of the revolving account, because there's going to be money in the revolving account very soon. We've used it all to do the paving and to do the 2 tee boxes, right? We've used 147 out of 150. But golf is starting now, so it's going to get replenished pretty quick. So just take it out of the revolving fund, make it easy,
Okay.
okay?
But would it, okay, that's fine.
All right,
Yeah.
everybody agree?
Yep.
All right, so the motion is to fund the cost of the fence on Lotusquama from the golf revolving fund and not from the DPW budget.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, 5-0. All right, so that's that one. D, Chelsea?
I'm just going to abstain from that.
Okay, that's the only reason?
Yeah.
All right. And you're abstaining because you're running?
Yeah.
Lisa?
Yes.
I guess I should abstain too then, huh?
Well, they're not going to have a, we're not going to have a,
Right. The
we're gonna have
rule of
two people
necessity.
voting.
But you can,
Then
I
I
mean,
won't.
all it is to approve
Jim's
the
raising
warrant.
his hand, so maybe we can bring him over.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we're trying to assign police officers to the poll, that's the main thing we're doing, so I don't think you guys have a conflict. He's unmuted. Hey, Jim.
Hi there.
So, any issue with Chelsea, Lisa, and Sam voting on this one, given that they're on the ballot?
Nope, you just have to have the other two people vote in affirmative.
Oh, so you're saying that Andrew and I could vote, and as long
Yes.
as we, okay, never mind, okay,
It's,
thank you.
it's 203.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, all right, so that's what you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want, I
Okay,
would rather.
all right, so Andrew, we're voting on this one, so don't, we can't have a tie here.
Nope.
Okay, all right, so I make a motion to approve the warrant for the May 9th, 2023 annual town election, and also to vote to assign the police officers to the polls.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? 2. All opposed? All abstained? 3. Okay, so the vote, Bridget, is 2-0-3 in favor. Okay, that one's done. No one held E, right? I circled that one, so no. Okay, all right, so the next one.
But I think you held it. I don't think you did it in your.
Okay, so let's just vote on just to be sure. Okay, so I make a motion to approve consent agenda item E, which is to approve the request to increase the spending limit for the fiscal year '23 golf revolving fund.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay. All right, next one is J. So Andrew, we're just going to hold this till we talk about this in executive
Yes,
session? Okay.
yes.
All right, so there, because there are some changes there. All right, so we're done with that. Now, on to other matters. Okay, date for fall special town meeting. You know how you always say when you compromise, no one's happy, right? Okay, so no one's happy with this date, but it seems to be the date we're going to have to use. So Mr. Sabelli would like it to be before October 17th. Mr. Haggerty would like it to be on the 24th, but he'll accept the 17th, which is a Tuesday, I believe, and I know it is. So 10/17 Tuesdays to be the only date that there is at least a almost agreement with. He's checked with the schools. Jim's out of town before then, I think a couple of weeks. Paul wanted to do his tax classification hearing on the 17th, so he just have to do it on the 24th. He did it later than that last year, too. Okay, I've already checked, Jewish holidays are September, both of them. We're past Columbus Day. It's a Tuesday night.
But this is, it's not clear whether we would have it. It's highly likely, but
It is, what, Terry?
I'm sorry.
Mike.
Okay,
No,
Andrew?
I said, so this is about to actually, we will actually have the.
Okay, so if we have a special town
Yeah.
meeting, it appears to be October 17th would be the
Yeah.
date that seems to work with all those that it needs to work for.
Okay.
Okay?
When did we have it last year?
October 13th.
Okay. And we had free cash by then.
We did, barely. But we did.
We were also, last year, as we were approaching it, we at some point felt like we didn't have enough agenda items to have and then the ball got rolling and we had enough stuff to make it into a productive time.
There's quite a few on there right now, so
Yep.
I do believe we probably will have one. So this is just, to get it set, because we've got to start planning for it. And they've got to have a space and make sure it works. Okay, anyone have a problem with that date that they know about?
Nope.
Well, you'll still be there. Yes, it does matter, you still be there. Okay, so Sam, Andrew, you okay with it? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so 10:17 it is so far. Okay? All right. Discussion of public comment policy related to the Mass Supreme Court decision. Okay, so in your packet, you have the current policy. You've got the recommendation by Jay's firm that's generic. It wasn't written just for us, but that's what they gave their clients as far as a suggestion of one that would be within the confines of the decision, right? So, we've been following the Supreme Court decision since it happened, right? But it's probably time to do something about the actual policy, so that's what we're trying to do tonight. So, Andrea, I'll start with you. What would you recommend doing?
So you're looking for comments on the draft that.
Well, I marked up our current policy, and then I also marked up what Jay did. So we can start with Jay and go from there. I mean, I think, I said 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 look fine to me. I think we got a little tinkering to do with 1 and 2.
I thought that the most, one thing that was significant about the current draft versus the, existing policy was that the existing policy applies to the then Board of Selectmen and all other boards, committees, and commissions appointed by the
Select Board.
Okay, and so this, this draft in our packet says these rules govern public participation at the meetings of all town public bodies. I just don't want, I want to be sensitive to the fact that there are other boards that are elected boards and don't want to ruffle feathers unnecessarily where, they could have, I think they could have the authority to have a slightly different version, but.
Does everybody agree with it? They do? I mean, Board of Health, Library, has
Yep.
School Committee.
Yes.
Has the right to basically set their own public comment policy, so that what we need to focus on is what we have jurisdiction over, which is us and those that we appoint. Sam?
Yep, I agree.
Okay. All right, so that's one thing to change as far as Jay's memo,
Yep.
right?
And so then in the first bullet point, where, because you don't have to have public comment, but if you do have public comment, you have to follow these rules. So I think the first bullet where it says the chair or his or her designee shall devote appear at each meeting, it could just say may.
May, yep.
Yeah. So that if you're going to do it, these are the guidelines of how you should do it. And on number 3, I had a suggestion, and this is just really relating to a pet peeve from like 7 or 8 years ago, of to say that in addition to individuals and entities who are permitted to speak identify themselves, to say attorneys or agents who are permitted to speak during the public comment shall begin their remarks by identifying who they represent. And this is because I remember when I was the ZBA chair, that we had an attorney who would come and give a long talk without identifying who he represented. And I think it's more for the same reason that an individual should, the purpose of asking someone their, address is just to verify that they are a Southborough resident. So that's a suggestion that I have, and I'd be curious what.
And understanding the context for their comments as well.
Absolutely,
Depending on who
absolutely.
they are,
It's
where they live.
transparent, it's transparent, instead of
For people to understand.
identified, to make remarks on behalf of a totally unnamed, undisclosed group of people.
So we want attorneys who are before,
Attorneys or agents or representatives somehow, yeah.
Yeah, this would just give someone who's presiding over a meeting, for the same reason if someone stood up and refused to identify who they were but wanted to talk, you could say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you talk because you won't say who you are. If an attorney refused to identify who they represented but wanted to then give a long talk, You could say, I'm sorry, but we have a policy that if you're gonna appear before a board, you should disclose who you represent.
Okay, so do we want to add a bullet point? So we've got 3, 4, and 5 that kind of deal with this, add another one in there?
Part of 3.
Yeah, it's part of 3.
So make it part of
This is more of
3.
just a reaction to a personal experience from a long time ago that I
Okay.
think would be a beneficial addition.
So I just said attorneys must disclose who they represent.
Attorneys or other representatives, maybe,
Yeah.
of residents.
Okay.
I don't mean to jump in here, but are we even sure we want to continue to have a policy? Based on the things we've heard from Jay, the chair can say, you know, you have 3 minutes to speak. You know, the chair sets the tone. You speak through the chair. I'm just looking at, this is so wordy, and I think it just opens another door. I mean, and again, everybody could feel differently, but I think if the chair says at the beginning of every meeting, and you're consistent, you have 3 minutes and whatnot, do we really, and again, I won't be sitting here at this table, so maybe it's immaterial, but I think, does the board feel we even really need to institute this policy and not just do away with the old policy and just use common sense? That's just, I don't know, however.
Yeah, I do think we need something. People, I think, need to know what to expect. And particularly people who aren't familiar with the process, who come in and for whatever reason, maybe first time kind of thing, what's the expectation in terms of how you interact?
Do you think people are going to read the policy before they come talk to you?
Some may.
I mean,
Not many, but it's also helpful for us to have something to fall back on, to say, hey, we've got a consistent approach to this. It's the policy, and we'll work to be consistent with the policy.
Another thing, you could take a copy of this and then just have a laminated copy in the back there, so if anyone wanted to walk in and someone was really diligent, they could read this, and if this is their first time attending, okay, these are the kind of the ground rules. I think, at least to your point about, you know, having a policy versus not having a policy, is there are other select board appointed boards that take the stuff very seriously that I think would benefit from some of this guidance. Although, you know, practically, the boards where there's going to be real, you know, the St. Mark Street Park Working Group was an exception to that, but most of the point where there are people who are coming to just maybe be just potentially disruptive, that's mostly the select board, you know.
So what I was going to propose too, that we do this, right, but that we also, the very first meeting after the annual election every year, one of the first things we said is, okay, what do we want to do this year as far as public comment? Do we want to do it first and last? And do we want to do 3 minutes, right? At least announce that, but that's specifically the select board, not everybody else. They can set their own, how long they want to be, how much they want to do. So we don't dictate that kind of detail to who we appoint, but we decide, you know, going in, we're going to do 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever it is, and we're going to do it at the first and the last on regular meetings, not special meetings. So be very detailed about what we plan to do for that next year, and stick with it unless we change our mind.
I think, you know, to Lisa's point, though, there's going to be unexpected scenarios that come up where you need some flexibility, you know?
Which the chair.
Yeah, which the chair has, and I think the policy recognizes that.
Yeah.
You just have to be consistent.
And I
That's
think, again,
sometimes
the policy
easier said
helps
than
us
done.
do that, I think.
I think if you're going to stick to the 3 minutes, you should buy a timer and just have it on display, and then you can be consistent, and everybody, it knows how much time they have left.
Yeah, you have certain courts where there is a clock in front of you. You have a 15-minute, and right at 15 minutes, you stop unless you still have permission to keep going.
Okay, so it sounds like the majority wants to have a written policy, if I'm reading the tea leaves. Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to take the Talon one and make the changes we just talked about.
I think it'd be good to just get Jay's blessing okay with it before just making the changes here.
All right, so we make the changes over the next week, and then we all vote on May 2nd to hopefully put this one to bed, too.
Yep.
Is that okay?
And my changes were primarily the May and the all boards thing that Andrew raised, so that's.
So you're okay?
Yep, I'm fine.
All right.
Would the board consider then, if you're going to have a policy, putting the 3 minutes within the policy itself? If you're saying that someone may go look at the policy to see what it is, why don't we be clear on what the policy is? You know, that will help with consistency as well. That's just a thought.
That, to me, takes away a little bit of the discretion of the chair.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If we have a shorter agenda, if there's fewer items on the agenda, maybe the chair could just, okay, 5 minutes for this meeting.
Yeah.
Or it's something we really want to hear, and we need to give them a chance to get it out. You
And
know?
if we have it in the policy, you know somebody's going to pop up and say, that person, you know, got 3 minutes and so forth, and or didn't get the full 3 minutes or whatever, I don't know.
Well, that definitely
Raises-
happened already this year a couple
raises
times, but
opportunity.
anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't put the 3 minutes in here. We'll talk about it at the first meeting, that we're going to shoot for
Yeah.
3 minutes, right? The chair will continue to say at the beginning of the meeting, you got 3 minutes, right? So it's clear up front, so we're not picking on anyone.
Yep.
Okay? All right? Okay?
Yep.
Okay, so get that wrapped up. Okay. Okay, possible restructuring of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So this has come up, Sam went to a meeting recently where he had his interest piqued about possibly doing this. I know that, I think Lisa's taken a look at the Westboro model and thinks it's a really good model. We've actually talked to, Sam and I have talked to Jesse Stein recently. He thinks that it's worthwhile considering. So maybe, we're not going to sign anything tonight, right? This is the first conversation on this, but maybe end up with an entity that looks a little bit like Westboro, possibly, but it's one entity, has the money and has the job, and has people on it that really have a specific expertise in trying to do this. So not necessarily the 5 members of the select board, you know, 1 member of the select board. And then others that really can contribute to trying to do something about our affordable housing issue.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Sam, why don't you talk about the meeting you went to?
Okay.
And then Lisa, why don't you talk a little bit about Westboro?
Yeah, it was an MMA meeting, and they were looking at how towns do the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and housing production, housing creation, affordable housing creation. And as folks may know, I've been frustrated that we have not made a lot of progress in this over the last, pick a number, 20 years or plus. And so how do you create a structure that actually has the flexibility and the expertise to take advantage of opportunities that come along and actually make some things happen? And so the focus of the meeting I attended was on Lexington, which actually combines what we have as SHOPC and Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and has a guideline for appointing members. And the list looks like a select board member, maybe a couple, a realtor or property manager with experience and understanding of affordable housing and fair housing issues, a developer or architect with experience in designing and building affordable housing, banker with affordable housing finance experience, attorney with real estate housing or municipal law experience, a resident with affordable housing experience, either as a renter or owner of affordable housing, and maybe an at-large resident. But basically, the bulk of the expertise there is folks who live in this space, work on it in their day jobs, and are not only experts, but connected with networks who do these kind of things. And if you got the skill sets and the money together in the same group through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund structure to actually make deals as they come up with flexibility, I think that greatly increases the chance that we'll actually be able to get something done. And so I think there are a number of towns that, as I understand it, have this kind of structure in place. And from what I've heard, they actually make some pretty interesting things happen. So I'm not as familiar with Westboro, but I actually looked at their website, Lisa, and it looks like they've got a lot more interesting resources
They
there
do.
for this kind of a structure. So I think there's clearly a better way to do it. And I hate to be a heretic about this thing, but that means maybe one less committee that we have, which was one of the recommendations out of our planning thing last year. And so that would basically fold SHOPC into Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And at least I think that's worth a serious look at least. So again, we'd have to decide right now, but that sure seems to me to be a way to increase the chance we can actually get some things done, so. That's the concept, so, and Lisa, I don't know what Westboro does, but it sounds like it's
Yeah.
maybe similar.
Sam, we're very much on the same page on this.
Good.
There was a group of us that were looking at this, and I think the different property that we had recently that came up kind of showed us. We have
Yep.
two committees that basically do the same thing. One controls the purse, and the other kind of does the work. So in looking at Westboro, they have it set up, there's one select board member on it. I found their website just so much useful information. I
Yep,
mean, they have
absolutely.
the municipal affordable housing, it's a trust they came out with, the Massachusetts Housing Partnership came out with kind of a guide. And Sam, it's exactly what you said. They talk about members, one selectman, one member nominated by the selectman for planning, from planning board, CPC, Housing Authority, Affordable Housing Partnership. I mean, you can go down that list. They recommend looking for people with expertise. I mean, we've seen specifically, I'll use Mr. Joyner, because he's
Yep.
just such
Sure,
a
yep.
win for the town and a prime example of having somebody sitting on this could make a huge difference. So nothing against the members of the board, but I think to have two groups that are kind of in a roundabout way doing the same thing, the trust over the years, I think, has kind of depended on Shopsy to take care of some things as well. So I agree, Sam, completely. It's consolidating it in some way and giving them Shopsy or whatever the new makeup of the group is, however you want to do it and call it, makes so much sense.
And we've got people on Shopsy now
do.
with these types of expertise.
We do.
And I will gladly volunteer to give up my seat on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to make room for some of these folks.
Sam, I thought you were going to volunteer to be the selectman rep
No.
on it. But yeah, I completely agree with Sam. I think it's something that should be explored, and there are so many resources out there, as Sam said. You know, Westboro was one, Lexington obviously is another. I mean, Westboro even has their vote that they took to town meeting, and I mean, just everything you could want is on the site. So, I mean, I won't be sitting here to do this. I certainly would be on the other side of the table, you know, voicing my thoughts on this as well. But I think, Sam, it's a great idea.
Well, and Hudson has done some amazing things with this. I mean, people have the sort of the image of affordable housing kind of things as sort of some, 50s style block of granite tall buildings kind of thing. But there are some extraordinarily nice developments out there that can do a lot to open up opportunities in Southborough, not only for young families, but for seniors as well, to find a place to stay in town.
And I think it shows a stronger commitment as well to, getting a clear path going forward. Yeah.
So this is one we won't get done before you guys leave,
No.
I'm sorry to say. So I think this will be one of our first goals that we set for fiscal year '24 as far as pursuing this, right?
Yeah, it would be great to see it done.
So, I mean, you've
Chelsea?
watched this stuff from perspective, Andrew. What's your thought? Like,
So does Westboro have an affordable housing?
No, just one group.
One entity
committee.
that does it all.
One group that does it all.
Has the money,
Okay.
But
has the charge.
it's
Well, but-
technically the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, technically,
Correct.
because
But
that's what
just
you have to have for the money.
To the, here, right, the CPC still has the money.
Yeah, but
Right.
we're
Correct.
working on that. That's.
Okay,
Gotta
okay.
Move that
That's-
money into
that's-
the
that's
trust fund.
definitely a
Yep,
goal that-
Yep.
But CPC also potentially could have a member sitting on this.
Okay, all
So
right.
they will have a voice. I will say, well,
That's a
Mrs.
good
Faniff is here. Mrs. Faniff was on the board when the Affordable Housing Trust was set. I actually printed it out from Mass Land Records, and Bonnie was key in getting this done. So, Bonnie, I'm sure you have a lot of good thoughts on how the board could proceed and,
I would check with council to find out what, if anything, has to go to town meeting
Oh.
as far as language.
yeah.
We can't hear you.
Comment was check to see what goes to town meeting
There you
with this,
go.
what needs to go to town meeting.
Okay, great. Okay, enough on that one?
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, the next one is trying to decide what the next steps are going to be on the public safety dispatch regionalization process. I still think we all five agree that we think it's probably the way to go. The two towns have been notified that we have withdrawn. We don't know what the impact on the state is yet. We're waiting to hear what the state's going to do. We don't know that yet. So while, especially you are still here, I thought we could try to put together truly the plan for going forward with this so that we keep this moving forward. So Chelsea, why don't you tell us what you want us, what we think we should do at this point?
What?
Okay. Tell us nicely what.
Maybe don't.
That was great wording. Okay.
So I think first you need to, once you have 2 new board members, take a position on whether you're going to continue with the regional approach, right? Because I think if there's dissent from the beginning on that, that's going to be challenging because we were unanimous to start when we initially started looking at this.
So let's assume for a moment that happens. It's
Okay.
5-0, that we, there's open mind about regionalization. We want to investigate it.
Yeah.
And there is some real consensus that we still think it's probably the better route to go.
So then you need to decide if adding 5 full-time staff members to a union is what you want to do. Because if you choose that if you're going in the direction of regionalization, my guess is that you don't want to add 5 full-time people to a union. Because that's going to create challenges with that. Plus, this is not unique to Southborough. Like, there's nobody to hire.
Well, I was going to say, I
Right?
don't know we
So-
can if we wanted to do it.
So I think you need to bring the chiefs in and explore options with them about, is there another town that we can talk to, at least to fix our short-term problem? And there probably wouldn't be any grant funding in the short term, but at least if we can join forces to try to house it in one of our stations and try to mitigate our risk. I think the other option is I would go to Personnel Board and try to figure out a part-time line item that you can put in there to at least get, for like a callback situation, right? If you have some issue that would help with that. And I think you need to explore outsourcing EMD in the short term. And this is all assuming that you're gonna continue with a regional dispatch
So we go in
approach.
parallel, we try to solve the short-term problem,
Mhm.
right? Don't wait to regionalization because it's too far away now.
Mhm.
So try to do that. Okay, what about forming a ad hoc committee as far as the regionalization?
So here's my thought on that. Obviously, people have a lot of opinion about this, and I think that it would benefit, this board does not have time to have this topic on every agenda and for you to take public comment on this. And I think that's what the struggle is, right? We're already at 11:05 and getting to this topic, right? So there's probably not a lot of people listening. They'll listen to it after and give us their feedback. But I think being able to have it in the public right now to get public input is, I think, going to be more beneficial to you in the long run. And I know we hate to add more committees, and I think it's probably going to be, it's challenging to put department heads on committees too, right? Like we know that, but I think this is so critical that we don't lose sight of what the big issues are and that we have the chief's input and put it more out in public. I think that is why I would recommend doing an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody disagree with that as far as approach? So,
Nope.
ad hoc committee, wait till the 2 new people get seated, take get the flavor of what they think about the whole approach, assuming they want to study this, they're open-minded about it, do an ad hoc to really study it, and come back, with a full-blown presentation that shows, the response times, how you find that scratch on the car that he told us about, why the analogy with White's Corner was not accurate, but really have a true objective dissection of this that would be presented, and that's what we make our decision based on. And at the same time, in parallel, try to solve the problem as much as we can for now, so that we're not at any more risk than we absolutely have to be.
Can I offer one other suggestion as well, Kathy?
Yes, you can.
That for the 2 new people coming on the board, I think it would be extremely beneficial, before you even really have this discussion, that they sit with the chiefs, and they have a good understanding of, you know, process and whatnot. I just think to be completely informed, I think, is key. So that would be my number 1 suggestion before you even go down any other path, is ask them to do that within a week or so of getting on the board. And then they can form their opinions one way or the other.
I'd add to sit with the dispatchers and maybe go to Foxborough. Take a look at that one.
Very good.
To see how one works,
Yeah.
see what we
how it
mean by
looks.
rec.
And I think
Yeah.
there's another dimension to it, Kathy and Chelsea as well, in the sense that I remain committed to get to regional in as reasonable and quick a way as we can. But if you look at the map is still looking us right in the face that there's a big hole here in this part of the country. And I think that we can study it, but I think part of the thing is it would be very helpful to know, are there others out there who are interested in playing with the model that we come up with out of this thing? And simultaneously get a better feel for, if we have some approach ourselves, you know, can we count on 3, 4, 5, 6, or what other communities to do this as well? So it seems to me there's a parallel sort of communication, socialization process that goes on to test the responses of other communities that might be interested in participating, so we don't wind up with a great plan, but oops, nobody's interested in it.
Oh, I agree, that's key to this, so, but I had envisioned the committee doing that as part of the first thing they do is you know,
Okay.
polling everybody around us.
Which is a little delicate, because you don't necessarily want the committee out there making commitments on behalf of the Southborough
No,
themselves, so you
no.
gotta keep
So, but we could figure that out as far as how
oversight
to
on that.
do that.
Okay, yep.
But I think you want to bear in mind, too, as you move forward, and Chelsea, you could probably speak to this better, but if Westboro and Grafton choose to continue to go forward with another partner, now you've got a rec in the Metro West, and if Framingham continues down the path they're looking to do, you're going to have 2. So it's going to be tough, I think, from a state perspective,
Right.
to add another rec
Right.
within this area. Is that fair?
Yep, which the
Yeah,
committee
and
has to deal with.
State 911's updated their map. We are not included, and Westboro and Grafton are listed as pending.
As what?
Pending.
Pending on their map.
And what does that mean?
They have their application, and it's been updated that we've been removed, and it's pending their decision.
All right, so they haven't said no, right? Okay. Sound like a plan? Okay.
Yep.
Can I ask some more questions about
Yeah.
that? So, like some of the problems or ways you can move forward after the last town meeting, right? One thing that would seem like a good way to move forward is if you just found a new site, right? But, I mean, it sounds like, you know, if Grafton and Westboro go forward, that site's already used, and then, like, how would the committee find a new site? Or would the committee just be to study whether regionalization is a good idea, or?
I think it does that, and I don't think it finds a site. I think it finds the group that would be willing to come together regardless of the site, and not necessarily have someone like Marlboro that, you know, the implication was all these people dropped out because they didn't like it. That wasn't true. They dropped out for specific reasons. Marlboro dropped out because we weren't going to put it in Marlboro. They wanted it there, right? So you've got to get that off the table quick. You can't have people come in, well, it's got to be, you know, it's got to be in my town. So you've got to get a group. I think you study it, you get the group, and then you start talking about a way to pick the place that everybody agrees with.
Okay, but then if the place is not in Southborough, you really need another town or another town administrator,
Sure.
Chief from another town to really partner with you, and I don't see how would the committee be able to do that? That's really something where our police chief and fire chief are in the best position to find out.
Well, I would think they'd be on the committee.
They'd be on the committee.
They ought to be part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, it's a parallel effort, and the committee works, and the select boards, all of select boards need to stay in the loop to determine Is this a
Yep.
deal that is going to work for us? And if anybody says no, then you've got a problem.
Yeah, okay.
It's complicated.
I do also think, though, that the committee should look at the financial impacts of this. And,
Absolutely.
and I think that, you know, depending on the direction that you go and any short-term fixes that you can or can't come up with, then you're probably could be going to town meeting in the fall to double your department.
I've got
So-
that, I've got that on the list for a special town meeting as far as.
Which-
police budget.
Well, but so is what you're suggesting to, you know, just have a part-time, add a new part-time dispatch position in lieu of having full-time?
I think that's what the committee needs to look at. I think they need to look at, you know, in the short term.
Yep.
Now, we can never predict when things are going to happen, right? But they have data on when things historically happen. Is that the best way to make a decision on whether you have one or two on? No. But does it mitigate some risk in the short term so that you're not hiring 5 full-timers to double your union?
And reinforce failover system structures, so in case you get an unusual event, you've got a capacity to actually back up.
Right, so what I'm talking about is a callback
Yeah.
in the personnel board plan, which we currently do not have, but we do have it in the, on the fire side
Yeah.
for our call firefighters. So do you put something, and you'd have to work with the union on this, on adding that, but at least it gives an option for if you really need, if you're in a bind and you need to do something like that. You know, I think they should also look, I mean, every town right now has postings for dispatchers. I mean, nobody is, it's crazy. So that's why I suggested, in the short term, can we just get something together, even if you don't go through the grant application, to just get some redundancy by combining 2 towns?
So that would require a revision of SAP and then would need to be approved by town meeting?
In the fall.
So in the fall, okay.
In the fall, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Personnel Board does have the ability to make a change if needed without, but prior to a town meeting happening, so depending, I mean, I don't know that this would be done before the fall, but I do think that whatever committee you set up, you put them on a short timeline to figure out, because we need to figure it out. You need to figure it out.
Don't assume that, Chelsea.
You never know who could be on the
Don't
committee.
assume that, Chelsea.
That's right. Hypothetically.
I won't be here to draft, or to approve a charge. How's that?
Okay, good.
We've got plans here. Okay, so enough for that one, I think, for the night,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We'll pick it back up when we have 2 new board members.
Mrs. Faniff has her hand up.
Ms. Faniff?
I agree with Chelsea as far as the personnel board. That should be priority number 1 and get the dispatchers on board with that right away. I want to thank Mark Purple and the chair, Kathy Cook, for answering my email as far as the letter being sent to the neighboring towns as far as withdrawal. I got a copy of the letter because it was in the Grafton packet, but the town of Southborough does not have that letter out there for the public to look at, so I'm encouraging you to put it out there so it could be read. It was well-written. I have a copy, you can have it. I haven't shared it. I have not personally shared it with anyone.
Okay, we will. So give us our letter. Okay, we will. Is that it, Bonnie? All right, last thing, this is quick. So I was going to do this on the chair's report, but this does require a vote. So Hopkinton IMA is going forward fine. We really are, they really are down to the nitty-gritty as far as how to invoice. There seems to be agreement. John Westerling was part of this. He's leaving this week, so they were rushing to get him involved. He signed off, Tim T signed off, and then the engineer in Hopkinton signed off as far as the process goes. So there's basically 3 costs that are going to be billed Hopkinton once this gets started. One is the cost of electricity to pump the water, or whatever the variable costs are to pump the water to them. 2 is the extra cost of the storage at Oak Hill, their share of that storage. And 3 is their share of the overall operating cost. And we think that's going to be about 15%. It's going to be based on the actual pipes that they use as a numerator and the total pipes in Southborough. So they're going to do a simulated test once it gets going to know what that actually is. So that's going fine, I think. John Butler, Colin said, I would really like to consult with Karen Galligan on some of these details. She's the only one that really was involved in this. With John Westerling left, I don't have a whole lot of people to confirm this with. He also wants her help in picking the auditor, which we need to get going pretty quickly. So I called Mark, and he confirmed Karen never did sign the agreement as far as what the consulting arrangement would be if we chose to do it. So far, we haven't used her at all. It's my understanding she refused to sign it, so she may not even be willing to do this anyway. But he has asked us to consider up to 6 hours of Karen's time to help him finish this. So that's the vote that we'd have to take tonight to do that. She still may say no, though, but all you can do is ask. So, Andrew? It's $150.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so it's $900.
Where would it come out of the budget? Would it come out of the
That would have to come out of the DPW budget, the current DPW budget. I don't know where else you'd take it out of.
All right.
I mean, that's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to make it up to 10 hours or something, just to leave a little cushion?
He doesn't think he needs 6. He said just
Okay.
do 6 to, he thinks he's got cushion in 6.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Lisa? Chelsea? Yeah. Okay, so I make a motion to approve.
John's raising his hand.
Who's got it? Oh. Boy, he's up late.
He has his hand up, he's on mute, there he goes.
Yeah, so, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to hear this news that Ms. Galligan hadn't signed this consulting agreement. I think that obviously we don't want someone to be too reluctant in that role, but if she's willing, I think it's the best. If she's genuinely willing, I think it's the best path.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think that we're going to perhaps need to see how much, if any, consultation we can get. And that would be the first path anyway, to see what consultation we can get with the incoming person in advance of their starting. Otherwise, it's going to slow down somewhat. It just is that we kind of need someone on our side of this, these conversations who is familiar with the kind of nitty-gritty of how the department operates. Occasionally, it's just uncomfortable going forward with a few aspects of this otherwise. So that was the reason for the request. I'm hoping that she will agree to be available. Let's just wait and see.
So, John, I had intended to call her tomorrow if the vote was positive tonight. It looks like it's going to be, so I'll call her and take her temperature.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right? Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, so motion to approve using Karen for up to 6 hours at $150 an hour to help bring the Hopkinton IMA to a close.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0. Okay, any more public comment?
Kathy, can I go back to Hopkinton a second?
Yes.
It's my understanding that there is great value in moving quickly on our peer review person.
Yep.
And so is there, can we actually do a RFP or something for that, to get that out there?
Yep, that's the plan, so that's
ASAP.
one of the things he wants to consult with her on, because there's apparently only 4 or 5 that can
Yep.
do it, and we don't want to ask Tim Tees,
Yep.
you know, who his friends are. So he's going to ask both Bill, and
Yep.
he's going to ask Karen, and
Okay.
get that going, because yes, we definitely want to get that going.
We should ask Tim who he doesn't want to do it.
Well, we actually thought about that, and that's what you ask. Okay, so anything else?
Nope.
Okay, motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay.
4 seconds.
All in favor? Thank you.